Ștefan, vă fiți gazda dumneavoastră pentru conferința.
This is our conference, Defense Romania Security Dialogue. I'll co-moderate together with Bogdan Chirian. Thank you for your attendance. We are live on 3 platforms.
Defense România, DCNews și DCNews TV, ceea ce ne bucură pentru.
We are on 3 channels and we are happy because we can organize such a huge conference on the 3 digital platforms. And I want to thank you for your attending. I don't know, I'm not sure if you can see us online. We have here Mr. Secretary of State Bakhide on behalf of the Minister Angel Telvar. Unfortunately, because of the very fluid political situation, he has a governmental meeting and he couldn't join us. He promised he will come after this meeting. The Senator, Lady Pauliuk, the chairwoman of the Committee for Defense, will join us, Mr. Cristian Diaconescu from Odessa, so very important presence. I want to thank the heads of the diplomatic missions and representatives of other partner embassies who are very important for us. We want this conference to become a habit, like an aircraft carrier for all of us. I'm happy because of your presence. A lot of people are interested in this event. Romanian society starts understanding the importance of the defense sector. Security is an investment. I'm happy for the presence of the representatives of the defense industry. Big international companies have joined us today. Thank you, the sponsors. It has a huge effort to organize this event. Now I'll give the floor to Mr. Bakhide to tell us the message of Minister Tilwer to begin the conference. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, dear deputies, Deputy Moșteanu, Romanian defense is the fourth year of war in a neighboring country is not only a topic of national security, it's European responsibility and Euro-Atlantic responsibility. More than ever today, Romania proves not only to be a beneficiary but also a provider of security in the region. Strategic investments in capabilities, revamping, changing of doctrine, and our effort to support the defense industry are not reactive, but normal steps on a long-time vision. We want to strengthen strategic partnership and an active role in regional and global initiatives. It's maturity of our strategy. The world is changing, and Romania has chosen the path of responsibility, balance, and action. We are ready to protect the value that define us: freedom, democracy, and the state of law. We contribute actively to the security architecture we are members of. Last week, during the recent meeting of the Ministry of Defense before the Haga meeting, Minister Angel Tilwer reaffirmed Romania's commitment for sharing responsibility within the alliance. The proposal of the Secretary General of NATO to increase investments in defense up to 5% of the GDP responds efficiently to the new challenges of security generated by the war in Ukraine and on the eastern flank. The Hague Summit will take place in 2 weeks. It will be an opportunity for joint commitment to strengthen NATO's capability to protect peace and security in partnership with the EU. Ladies and gentlemen, the current geopolitical context requires adjustment of the security for optimal options to protect and promote national interest when faced to risk and threats, current and emerging. The Black Sea region requires more commitment from NATO allies. Romania will make efforts to preserve the complex geopolitics in this space on the agenda of the NATO and in the context of the debates with the EU. Dear guests, I want to conclude by thanking you. Thanks to organizers of this important conference, DCNews Media Group, for the invitation sent to the Ministry of National Defense to come to this meeting. We'll remain open to this cooperation. The common denominator is honest debate with analysis that help us understand the challenges in the current security context to find more efficient, more articulated solutions to approach these issues. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Secretary of State, for your words. Yes, Mr. Ionuț Moștanu, Deputy and leader of the USR party. I can see in the hall a lot of experts. Mr. Julian Kiev, former presidential advisor. I'll tell you who are the attendees in the hall because there's a lot of audience in the online. We definitely have dozens of thousands of viewers, and later on my colleagues will prepare written material after this conference. I want to start the first panel with Their Excellencies, the ambassadors.
His Excellency Mr. Ihor Prohopchuk, Ambassador of Ukraine to Romania. Good morning. Her Excellency Mrs. Willem van Haften, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands to Romania. We'll have His Excellency Mr. Özgür Kivac, I hope my pronunciation is correct, Altan, Mr. Ambassador of Republic of Turkey to Romania. Mr. Ratko Todorov Vlaikov, Mr. Ambassador of Republic of Bulgaria to Romania. Hello, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Alfredo, His Excellency Alfredo Durante Mangoni, Ambassador of the Republic of Italy to Romania. We have here His Excellency Roberto Musneci, Ambassador of the Sovereign Order of Malta to Romania. Mr. Ambassador, His Excellency Kap Sorim, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Romania. Hello, Ambassador. And last but not least, His Excellency Adrian Zuckerman is online, former US Ambassador to Romania, will join us online from the United States. I would like, Mr. Chiriac, a few opening words from you before we start the presentation of our distinguished ambassadors.
The idea, first of all, I would like to thank you, all of you, for participating at this conference. We like to make a milestone in this conference concerning the defense industry in our country. Our platform, Defense Romania, is very famous for that. It's trying to set up those milestones. And we thought that it's good, and we had this initiative both from the diplomatic part and also from the industry to put people together, try to do in this very difficult economical situation of Romania something which will help our country and will help NATO to develop in this eastern part of Europe and eastern part of North Alliance. I want to mention that all your statements will be separately written in all our platforms. You will see your speeches in our platforms, and we are going to use also the YouTube and the YouTube channels, different YouTube channels. We have to be absolutely sure that this conference will have a huge impact. All of us, we have the interest to have a defense, a strong defense industry in our country. It's helpful by all means, but I don't want to say more because their excellencies present here, they want to mention, I'm sure, very important things. And then industries, many people, we have 3 panels. Many important people are going to join us, are going to bring their contributions. And I'm sure this conference will have a huge result. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chiriac. Ambassador Prohopchuk, the NATO summit in The Hague is coming up, but as we are speaking right now, Russia is continuing its war crimes in Ukraine. You face a terrible war, and I always said that this war started 11 years ago, not 3 years ago, with the illegal annexation of Crimea. We entered in the fourth year of war. Please, I'm eager to hear your opinion. Please share with us your opinion regarding this important topic, because Ukraine, it works like a shield for all of us, for Europe.
Dear moderators, excellencies, dear co-panelists, distinguished participants of this conference. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation to participate in this conference, and I thank the organizers, Defense Romania, and all event partners. I note that this is in fact a launching event of the Defense Romania Security Dialogue, its first edition, and I wish that it grows into a solid platform for exchange of views, for discussion, for new ideas that will make a good contribution to fostering security and defense of Romania, of Ukraine, and regionally. In fact, our today's meeting takes place against the backdrop of a very important gathering that happened yesterday in Odessa, a summit of Southeastern Europe and Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky hosted the President of Romania, Nicu Șordan, and the leaders and prime ministers of other countries of the region, and they focused on pressing issues of security, support for Ukraine, progress to peace, and reconstruction of Ukraine. All these topics, they retain extremely high significance because, as you said, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine continues unabated. Today is the day 1205. And earlier this morning, the General Staff of Ukraine presented its assessed losses of the Russian army in this war since February of 2022 as exceeding 1 million personnel killed and wounded. In this number, 628,000 personnel were killed and wounded in the last 18 months. And this shows this extreme intensity of fighting that continues at the front line, which stretches over 1,100 kilometers, 1,100 kilometers combat line. In the past month, strong focus was placed on promoting the necessary steps to peace. But we hit the wall of dismissal and rejection from the Russian side. Moreover, in the past weeks, we witnessed the escalation of attacks. And as you pointed out, it is every night that massive ballistic and drone attacks take place, continuing to kill Ukrainian civilians, women, children. On the night from last Sunday to Monday, the Russians launched 499 means of aerial attack. That was probably the biggest aerial attack since the start of the war. 499. Of that number, 479 targets were neutralized or suppressed by the Ukrainian air defense forces. But this shows, again, a huge pressure that is placed every night on Ukrainian defense forces in the attempts to defend against such massive attacks. While repelling these attacks, Ukraine stays committed to making real progress on the path to peace. After all, there is no other country in the world interested in peace as much as Ukraine is. Genuine peace, comprehensive, just, and lasting peace, which would be underpinned by the United Nations Charter and norms of international law. And this requires good faith approach to peaceful talk, not only from Ukraine, but also from Russia. After the 2 rounds of meetings that took place in Istanbul, thanks to, again, for the good offices of our Turkish friends, what we witnessed was imitation and ultimatums from the Russian side. We have now reached the mark of 3 months since Ukraine accepted the United States proposal for a provisional, unconditional ceasefire lasting at least 30 days. That proposal was accepted at a meeting in Jeddah on 11th March of this year. This proposal was dismissed by Russia. Other arrangements on the ceasefire relating to critical infrastructure and free commercial navigation in the Black Sea were either immediately breached by Russia or conditioned with untenable demands. Russia, which started this horrible and brutal all-out, remains the obstacle.
Rămâne obstacolul pentru a înceta acest război.
President Zelensky repeatedly emphasized his deep confidence that collectively the United States, Europe and other democracies have enough strength and leverage to push Russia to peace. And now is the time to step up the sanctions pressure on Russia to a level that would have an immediate and crippling effect for Russian economy and its revenues that finance the war machine. This week, the European Commission has announced the elements of the 18th sanction package, and we welcome it. This is the right direction, as it is, this package is focused on energy sector, banking, shadow tanker fleet. But to make it really effective, the oil price cap must be reduced not to 45, but rather to $30 per barrel. And this is what can really make Russia come to the negotiating table. The ongoing phase of the war also demands sustainable practical support, military aid to strengthen Ukraine's defense capabilities. Most needed are air defense systems, long-range capability and relevant ammunition.
Muniție relevantă, atacuri, atacurile care vin asupra Ucrainei în fiecare seară evidențiază nevoia de stabilitate. Sistemele Patriot, care sunt în prezent opite de partenerii noștri, pot să ajute la salvarea de vieți. Profit de ocazie pentru a exprima recunoștința profundă față de parteneri și țările aliate și în special față de România pentru asistența acordată Ucrainei și voința de a continua. Aș dori să precizez și că aproape 40% din armamentul Ucrainei este produs acum în interiorul Ucrainei și suntem pregătiți să creștem producția și
And it is absolutely clear to us that investment in Ukraine's defense sector, in Ukraine's security, is of self-interest to the countries that support us, because it is also investment in their own security. Dear participants of this conference, one should take it as a fact. If the aggressor is not stopped and pushed back in Ukraine, it will aim to advance further. There will be immediate direct military risks to the Republic of Moldova and to countries of NATO eastern flank, among them Romania. This week, this particular point was conspicuously reiterated by a Russian top foreign policy official when he referred to the demands in the Russian European security document produced in December of 2021. And let me remind you that those demands included the withdrawal of NATO infrastructure to pre-1997 positions. As we meet a number of important high-level events which will have a global impact lie ahead, namely the G7 Leaders Summit in Canada, NATO Summit in the Netherlands, the European Council meeting in Belgium later this month. We expect strong decisions to be adopted at these gatherings that would have a real impact. Decisions which will reaffirm the leadership of the Western powers and world democracies, as well as their unwavering support for Ukraine, in particular through packages of assistance to Ukraine and packages of sanctions against Russia. I would like also to make a few specific remarks on Ukraine's objective of joining NATO, as the upcoming NATO summit was mentioned. To make peace sustainable, Ukraine requires security guarantees, and it is NATO, the most successful defense alliance in history, that provides the most reliable and cost-effective security guarantees for its member states, although defense expenditures are now expected to grow to 5% of GDP. What provokes Russia's aggression is weakness. And what deters Russian aggression is strength. And Ukraine will be a serious asset in this regard. Ukraine's future membership in NATO will be an essential component of strengthening the overall defense and deterrence capabilities of Europe and wider Euro-Atlantic space. The Ukrainian army is now the biggest in Europe, having vast and unique experience of conduct of modern warfare with most sophisticated, advanced and diverse technologies. It's the army that is combat hardened in battles with the enemy forces of a country determined as the biggest threat to European security. I will conclude my remarks by emphasizing that we are now at a critically important phase where actions are needed, actions that can make Russia sit in good faith and at the negotiating table and discuss the terms of putting an end to this awful war. Until that happens, it is absolutely necessary that we continue to build up pressure on them and support Ukraine. I want to thank, again, everyone for the support that Ukraine has been receiving until now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Thank you so much, Ambassador. I strongly share your opinion. Thank you so much. I want to remind you this is an open panel, so if there are any remarks or follow-up or questions from the audience, please just raise your hand. Don't be shy. My colleagues will provide you with a mic and you can have your comment. Ambassador Van Haften, I would like to hear your opinion regarding this important topic. I know your schedule is full and you have to leave shortly after your intervention, but please, you have
we
the floor.
fully appreciate that you spend some time with us. It's really an honor for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, it's an honor for me to be here, ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers, esteemed Mr. State Secretary, dear colleagues. A great honor for me to be here and to say a few things, especially because we are at home preparing for the big event in 2 weeks' time, the NATO summit in The Hague. Yes, but what about the fact that you only have a caretaker government, may be your question. Well, I can assure you that will not affect the organization of the summit or the Dutch determined contribution to the outcome of it. We are looking at something very important. I want to thank also Romania, because in providing facilities where some of our security personnel could have their trainings, Romania has a direct contribution to the safety and security of the summit itself. So that is already my first reason to say thank you to Romania. I am convinced, and I know my colleagues are convinced in The Hague, that we will see a united and determined alliance in The Hague. There are some important decisions to be taken. Mr. State Secretary has already referred to the proposals of the Secretary General, which look promising, and which I think at least the Kingdom of the Netherlands is fully committed to, because we think that the strengthening of the alliance, and especially the strengthening of the European pillar of and within the alliance, is of crucial importance. We should also, as Europe, and together with the European Union, have great self-confidence, because we can do this. We have the bigger population, we have the bigger GDP, so strengthening ourselves and strengthening the European part within the alliance will contribute to a fantastic extent to the strengthening of the alliance as a whole, and that is what we are after, and that is what we should concentrate our efforts on. And the nice thing is that when I zoom in a little bit to the Dutch-Romanian participation in the strengthening of the alliance, there is a lot going on, and I am very happy with that. We have, as a common goal, Romania and the Kingdom of the Netherlands, a continued contribution and a continued strengthening of our support to Ukraine, and it shows in things like the European F-16 training center, in which we are cooperating together, and it also shows in other forms of cooperation, and it shows in our support to Ukraine, which will continue as long as it takes, and as much as it takes. And there are other things as well. The Netherlands is contributing in the trilateral Black Sea initiative of Romania, Turkey, and Bulgaria, which we attach great importance to, because demining the Black Sea is a relevant topic and an important one nowadays. And it shows that we attach, although we may be from a different part of the continent, large importance also to the strategic importance of the Black Sea and the Black Sea region. I like to repeat the words of the Secretary General. We are all Eastern flank. Given the modern day missile technology, the difference between an attack from the east on a country like Latvia or an attack from the east on a country like the Netherlands will be approximately 3 minutes and 29 seconds. So let us not make a mistake. We are all Eastern flank. We're all in this together, and we will all remain in this together. We thank Romania also for the possibility to station MQ-9 Reaper drones on its territory, which provide eyes and ears of the alliance from Romania. And we are cooperating in a number of other smaller initiatives, and looking forward also to expanding this cooperation. We are very actively looking into further possibilities for trainings together, for concrete cooperation projects, for concrete business opportunities in the defense industry. And I am very proud to see a few Dutch companies very present here together. I think I don't even have to mention them to know what we're talking about. There again, together with the European Union, with its Readiness 2030 initiative, and we will be seeing some beautiful things in the coming years. That is to say, the Kingdom of the Netherlands is looking forward to being your partner in all of these endeavors. And I also would like to invite any of you with concrete ideas of proposals. The Dutch Embassy is here, the Dutch Embassy is ready to cooperate, and looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ambassador. Thank you indeed. Ambassador Altan, Turkey is one of the main important partners for Romania. It's a crucial player in the Black Sea region. I'm eager to hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for organizing this, and greetings to fellow ambassadors. From the outset, I think even from Crimea on, our position vis-à-vis this terrible conflict was very well known, and our president spoke our position very strongly at all times. And now, as Turkey, we're trying to make an effort together with other allies and partners to bring the parties together. There was recently 2 rounds of talks. It did not bring the outcome that everybody was hoping at this time, but this is a continuing effort. And in the meantime, there was a deal for prisoner exchange, thousands of prisoners. Even that alone for the families of the prisoners is a wonderful thing, most probably. But I know our president and our minister, Hakan Fidan, and our Minister of National Defense, they're making a giant effort each time to bring the parties together. They go to Moscow, they go to Kiev, speaking with the friends to bring an end to this, because the emphasis from our perspective cannot be on more war. We had enough of this from our perspective. I know it's easier said than done, but we need to focus more on the peace side, and that's what we are trying to do. And today's topic is Romania's defense, of course. So I'll talk a bit about our strategic partnership. I think Turkish-Romanian strategic partnership is one of the most comprehensive ones that we have. Usually we tend to look at things from the prism of the topic of the day, which is defense today, but when you think about the strategic partnership, I think you have to see the whole universe, and with Romania, our bilateral affairs are immense. We are indeed strategic partnership in commercial activities. We are the biggest commercial partner of Romania outside the EU. Our companies are investing heavily in Romania because they believe in our partnership, they believe in Romania's future. So we're one of the top 5 foreign investors in the country. Our construction companies are making a giant contribution to infrastructure and superstructure of Romania, which I'm really proud about. But also recently, more than ever, our defense ties, our bilateral defense ties, are accelerating with a remarkable pace. Of course, with the war in view, it was important to give an emphasis on the regional cooperation in Black Sea especially. So with our initiative, we were able to launch Black Sea against mine, MCM Black. And this is working out as a very good mechanism, also involving other allies, like my Dutch colleague indicated. And individually, but also collectively, we were able to sweep a lot of mines, which is a good thing for the liberty in the seas, of course, of navigation. So this is going to continue, and this is probably not going to be the only topic. Our defense ministers were just a week ago in NATO meeting. They were discussing what more can be done in this mechanism, and maybe search and rescue, but even beyond search and rescue, since we all have important critical energy infrastructure, what can we do together to protect these? Because next year Neptune Deep is coming into force. Our basin is already active, and we're excreting gas from here. So these need protection, and I think this MCM will be Black will be a good example to extend maybe the scope of it. But of course, not only that, we also have a very strong bilateral connection with Romanian defense. I don't know any other experience of mine where we had Air Force commander, Navy commander, and Land Forces commander come to a country one after another, only for bilateral cooperation, and of course within the scope of NATO. This is going to happen in the next 1 month. So we have contributed to NATO air policing last year. Again, next year we will do the same. But I know, of course, the interest is also about the defense industry. What more can we do on this? I think we can do a lot. From a Turkish perspective, we are ready to work together, especially with our allies and partners. And now we're seeing good examples of this in Romania. Romania has acquired 18 of our TB2 drones, and these drones are state-of-the-art. They have won 4 or 5 battles, and I'm very glad that Romania has made this choice. And Baykar has delivered these drones right on time, all of them. Wonderful training here and also in Turkey. And of course, I know Automecanica is one of the partners today, and also Otokar is their partner. They are doing a wonderful job. I see sometimes in the press some questions, but these people are very serious people. I think they're doing a wonderful job. It's a giant effort to build more than 1,000 armored vehicles jointly, and not only in Turkey alone, but together also in Romania. So, este o cooperare uriaș in mediaș. I think that's how I'm going to call it. And this is just a good example. Also, in the field of course, Navy, now there's a talk and plans for Romania's acquisition of a corvette almost size ship. This is state of the art. It's ready for delivery. Not in 1.5 years, 2 or 3, as in 3 months. So, and we are ready to work together with our Romanian friends how to equip this and make it an example for the future. And I believe that it's very important for European Union and for NATO to give more emphasis on defense capabilities. Of course, we know that at NATO now there's a discussion to make it 5%, the defense budgets, but first 3.5%. This is important because that's what's required, that's what we need today. And with this, I'm very sure that we will make much more progress. But of course, also from this perspective, it is important that Turkey is included in the European efforts, because we're not somewhere else. We're right on the spot together with our EU friends with this. We're of course a NATO ally, but when EU is discussing these things, for example, rearm, safe, or Black Sea strategy, to be honest with you, we're not being consulted enough, which doesn't make sense. We're the biggest, one of the biggest partners of EU, and of course we're a candidate country. So I think we need to see much more consultation. For example, this Black Sea strategy, there is mention of Turkey, but I don't think it's enough, by far. It's half of the shoreline is the Turkish shoreline. We're the second largest armed forces. So this level of engagement with Turkey is really not enough. I think we could do much more, but we're ready to do a lot with our Romanian friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Vlaikov, as Ambassador Altan already mentioned, the demining task group is a huge success in the Black Sea. So how can we expand into other areas, for example, because it's a success, Bulgaria, Turkey and Romania in the Black Sea, and we already saw that.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for organizing of this conference.
Thank you for being here.
For me, it's really high satisfaction in last 3 years from the beginning of the war in Ukraine that Romania is so active in organizing such events in which it's not just discussing, but it's also change of ideas which are given us the proper direction. And I will say that I'm very satisfied that I'm ambassador of Bulgaria and Romania just in this moment now, because Bulgaria and Romania were absolutely working together into one and same direction. It's of course very, very important for the responsibility we are taking here in the region. I want to start quoting Wilhelmine, my excellent colleague from the ambassador of Netherlands, and quoting of course the Secretary General, that we are Eastern flank. This is excellent as message because this is the importance of the Eastern flank of NATO, and this is the readiness of the countries from NATO to work on. And we see how important it is and how delicate is here this region, and the eastern flank as general, and of course the Black Sea. I'll start also with a short comment of my excellent friend Yozgur, the ambassador of Turkey. We count a lot of our cooperation with Turkey, not just because of this our common initiative, but also we acknowledge the important role of Turkey in enhancing the resilience of the wider region. We are confident that our joint Black Sea mine countermeasure mission between Bulgaria, Turkey and Romania will improve the safety of navigation in the Black Sea, what is very important. And now coming to your comment about the Black Sea strategy of European Union. It was adopted on 28th of May this year, just a few weeks ago, and it's well known this is common initiative of Bulgaria and Romania in frame of European Union, but we consult our partners and allies in the region, something more. We subscribe to the proposal of the European Commission and the High Representative for a dedicated EU ministerial meeting with partner countries like Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and of course Turkey. We rely, dear Yozgur, a lot of our cooperation with Turkey. I'm speaking on behalf of Bulgaria, of course, but I'm sure this is the vision of our Romanian partners because we are together with them. This is the position of NATO. We rely a lot. And thank you for all your efforts, including your efforts to have together Russian side and Ukrainian side, to give them the occasion to negotiate. Thank you for all your efforts. We appreciate this very high. Allow me few words about this Black Sea strategy of European Union. From our point of view of Bulgaria and Romania, it is now the proper moment to have such strategy because we feel in last months the need of increasing role of European Union in organizing organizing the security together, of course, with NATO, but working in frame of our union for development of the industry. And this is the sense of the conference today. Appreciation for the organizer on this. But from our point of view, this Black Sea strategy is coming in the proper moment and is also one point on the focus of democratic countries to the region, to the eastern flank, including, and it's very important that it gives us, the EU member states, it gives us more occasions to work and, of course, to cooperate with other countries which are not in EU but our alliance in NATO. We will support the three pillars for future cooperation in the strategy: enhancing security, stability and resilience, fostering sustainable growth and prosperity, and promoting environmental protection, climate change resilience, and preparedness and civil protection. We are ready to engage without delay on the swift implementation of the flagship projects as envisaged in the Black Sea strategy. Allow me one sentence more about the strategy, because from our point of view this is something very important and something what add the efforts of NATO. We would like to underline the first pillars flagship initiatives. One of them is ensuring military mobility and dual-use infrastructure. Stressing the need to enhance NATO's eastern flank, we believe in the importance of the need to further continue the discussion about the possibility of building a bridge across the Danube between Silistra and Kavarashi as part of NATO military mobility. This, from our point of view, very important, because this project will help European armed forces to respond better, more rapidly, and on sufficient scale to crisis erupting at and outside the NATO's external borders. This could be one very good example for different formats, and you asked me about the different formats. We are very satisfied, I will repeat once again, of our cooperation, Turkey, Romania, Bulgaria. But this format and this military mobility of NATO is very important, and we can speak here about other format, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania. And I'm sorry that our Polish friend, the Polish ambassador, is not here. I wanted to mention especially how important is this cooperation Poland, Romania, Turkey. And I'll repeat once again the readiness of Bulgaria to be part of this mechanism, Poland, Romania, Turkey, because this is the direct connection between Baltic Sea and Black Sea. And from strategic point of view, such kind of cooperation could be very efficient and very useful. As I'm informed, it's expectation for next meetings on this level, and we'll do our best, Bulgaria, to present our readiness to contribute also in this format. I want also to tell something what in the beginning Ambassador Prokopchuk, our friend Ihor, what said that the war started in 2008, and that's true. It started in Georgia in 2008. It started with some problems with Ukraine in this period, but in 2014 it was the proper moment all NATO countries, all EU countries to have the similar approach like we had from 2022. Because if we will be united in this period and think more about democracy, about security, about protection of Ukraine, we could not come in 2013, 2014, we could not come to 2022 if we started then with sanctions and all this mechanism against the brutal Russian approach. It is, I'm sorry to repeat probably once again, but I said this a few times here in Romania during similar conferences, that the voice of benign countries had to be more listened in this period from the other countries, because we have the bad experience with Soviet Union, with Russians, and we knew in this moment they will not stop in Crimea, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we were right. That's why it's very important to stay together and to somehow to have in mind the expertise of all countries. And something more probably last point about the summit in Den Haag. I'm very satisfied what you said, Wilhelmine, about the readiness to organize it on the best possible way, and I'm sure on this, knowing the Dutch people, knowing your involvement in all these issues, knowing the Secretary General, of course, I'm sure on this, and I want just make one point on the summit in Den Haag, and I'll finish. Obviously, Russia remains the main direct and long-term threat to Euro-Atlantic security. The Russian brutal aggression was against aggressive war against Ukraine has destroyed the entire European security architecture. As Vladimir Putin put it in its aggressive doctrine, we can expect that the war in Ukraine is only the first phase in a larger effort to push NATO back to its 1999 borders and to restore the Russian hegemony in Central and Eastern Europe. Dear colleagues, let's think, I can't think, but let's just imagine NATO to be in borders of 1999. I'm sure it's not possible, and we have to do everything possible not to allow such strategic plan. We have many many statements of Putin. Yes, we want to come back to the borders, etc. I think the oldest members and the older member in NATO, I'm sure that you can't imagine NATO without Baltic states, without Visegrad group states, without Romania and Bulgaria, without Sweden and Finland. I'm sure on this. That's why we have to stay together, and our politicians have to be united. This is now the most important. And my last point, the summit in Den Haag will show if we are strong, if we are efficient, if we will be united. Because on this summit, we are expecting United States again to confirm their engagement to NATO. And this is, from our point of view, very important. If we will continue together, everything will be okay, and never it will be allowed Putin to realize this doctrine and NATO to come to the borders of 1999 or 1996, etc. We are together. We are Eastern flank. Excellent beginning of my speech, but we are NATO. Thank you.
Want to salute and mention the presence of Mrs. Cristina Dragomirescu from Agenția Română de Cooperare Industrială and of Colonel Scott Morgan from the American Embassy in Bucharest. Thank you so much for your participation, and if you have any contributions, we'll be deeply honored to hear you at whatever moment you choose. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Laikov. Ambassador Mangoni, I would like to hear your thoughts. I love that expression. We are all Eastern flank, and we are stronger together. Italy is a very important presence in Eastern flank. Even in Romania, you are doing air policing missions and so on. Please, I would like to hear your presentation. I think you can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's
yes,
perfect.
Now,
you can use that mic.
Okay. I want to thank the organizers and chiefly Mr. Kyriak for the invitation to share some assessments of the position of my government on the current geopolitical security context. And I wish to salute the State Secretary, Mr. Bakide, my fellow ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. In the current international framework, security challenges, not only conventional, but also non-traditional and hybrid threats, are among the priorities of our agenda. The evolution of the war of aggression on Ukraine and the posture of the new US administration have accelerated already ongoing trends, like the build-up of a European common defense policy, which is gaining ground within the new EU institutional cycle and the next multi-annual budget. Our common main geopolitical challenge is the ongoing war in Ukraine. While like all like-minded partners, we share the same objective of reaching a just, comprehensive and lasting peace, there are diverging views on how to achieve such goal. Italy has been at the forefront of the assistance provided to Ukraine, both at the military level with delivery of Patriot system, financial, energy and humanitarian level. In the framework of the Italian G7 presidency, we worked hard to broker a deal, an agreement on a 50 billion euros loan to Ukraine backed by windfall profits of Russian seized assets. We are also implementing the various sanctions package adopted by the EU Council so far, as stand ready to implement the next, the 18th package. As for the ways to guarantee a ceasefire and the start of a genuine peace talks, Italy does not favor the deployment of European troops in Ukraine, considered as ineffective. Rather, we commit to engage with Western partners and with the United States to define credible and effective security guarantees, including the possibility of a peacekeeping mission approved by the UN Security Council. In the same vein, Italy advocates for the future of Ukraine for the early kick-off of the EU accession negotiations, for its needs and priorities to rebuild the national economy. In a month, we will host the 4th edition of the Ukraine Recovery Conference, the annual international platform gathering all international stakeholders willing to contribute to this aim. More specifically, we see the conference as a valuable opportunity to aggregate the main European capabilities in the infrastructure, connectivity, construction, and steel, as well as security sectors, in order to enable the reconstruction of Ukraine via its integration in the European and global value chains. NATO is a cornerstone of our common engagement to ensure international security and stability. Besides being one of the founding members of the alliance and hosting a regional command and several structures, we are among the top suppliers to multilateral peace-building missions. In time with the Hague Summit, we have reached 2% of GDP in defense spending, in line with the NATO current defense investment pledge, and are committed to increase our spending in a gradual way. In this framework is also relevant the contribution of the Italian defense to the deterrence and defense along the East European flank and the Black Sea area, with the deployment of approximately 1,600 men and women of the armed forces in Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, and Latvia. As part of this commitment, we started in April an enhanced air policing mission in Romania to support the Romanian air defense capacity for the first time after the previous missions completed in 2023, 22, and 29. As our defense minister, Crosetto, highlighted at the defense ministerial meeting last week, there is a strong shared awareness among the allies that in this new geopolitical context, the alliance is called to play an even more decisive role for collective security. In this perspective, Italy firmly supports the need to strengthen the alliance capabilities, also through a greater contribution from the European pillar of NATO, in full complementarity with the transatlantic commitment. To be effective, we must also increase the efficiency, resilience, and production rate of the defense industry. This requires courageous choices, a better allocation of resources, the removal of obstacles that still slow down industrial cooperation, and the adoption of tools that make European industry more interconnected, reactive, and competitive. Italy is a main partner of European and international industrial programs and consortia, such as the F-35, for which it positions itself as the primary European user of the system, the first partner in the project after the United States, with over 100 companies involved in the development and production of the aircraft and facilities on the Italian territory, both for final assembly, testing, updating, and maintaining the aircraft, and for training. And I would like also to mention our participation in the Global Combat Air Program with the United Kingdom and Japan. In this sense, Italy is ready to cooperate to improve technology, know-how, and operational capabilities with interested partners. We command capabilities in all 5 domains, from space to hybrid, cybersecurity, land, sea, undersea, and airspace, including Romania, our privileged strategic partner, and with an already intense and fruitful cooperation in the industrial sector. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Mangoni. Ambassador Roberto Muzneci, I know you have one PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
It works? Please, you have the floor. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for the... Can you hear me, or do I need a mic? You're right.
Yeah,
it works. I've been reflecting a lot when I was invited, and I thank you very much, Bogdana, for the kind invitation, or what angle to give to something for which I'm not an expert. Now, our order probably everybody knows, but a little bit of advertising. Was created over about 1,000 years ago, is currently recognized by over 120 countries, and we are over 200,000 people in between volunteers and people who work for the order and members of the order and diplomats, a very small number. End of the advertising speech. Now, I've been reflecting on what angle to give to say, because as our government said several times, of course we advocate for an immediate ceasefire that would lead to a just, sustainable peace based on international law and respect of territorial integrity. This has been said by our members of the government many times in the past 3.5 years. In general terms, since 1949, of course, Euro-Atlantic alliances, that's what we're talking today, have been a guarantee of peace and security and territorial integrity for its members. So all these things are tautologies in this context in particular. So we've been reflecting with my team what angle to give. And of course, we are involved in witnessing and doing our little contribution in those areas with that lack of security as an impact on the civilian population. And that's what I've been trying to do. Now, considering the fact that we are based all over the world, effectively, we have to operate like a multinational organization. And therefore, what I've done, I selected some experiences that we and some data we collected through our 3 organizations which have the best global outreach, which is the German one, Malteser International, the French and the Italians, and of course added also some of the experiences that we have developed over the past 3.5 years. This is the size of the issue we are dealing with. I mean, the number of internationally displaced people. Those who go back to Romania basically need as much support as those who left Romania and are living abroad, or Poland, or Hungary, or any other country where they've been displaced. There is a lot of areas, one of them that I regularly visit, which is in Kamienice, a region there on the southwest of the country, where there is they are internally displaced. Therefore, they are refugees. Many of them are refugees from Bakhmut and from the front lines, and that's where we try to collaborate with local authorities as best as we can. Now, we just updated here a slide that we built last year, simply because the key numbers have not changed. We're approaching the winter, and in the winter we'll have, particularly given the persistence of the attacks of the Russian forces on energy infrastructures, we're going to see exactly the same problem that we have witnessed in 2024 and in 2023. The scale of the resources that we need to put together only to assist those which we are able to reach out to is in the region of $500 million, which gives you an understanding why we need a multi-country approach to that. For us, these are massive numbers, and Romania being strategically placed in the region, and also displaying a good understanding and knowledge of the territory, is often used as a springboard for the German, the Italian, the French, the American organizations, which have been providing major support over the past 3.5 years. Again, this is just to give you a snapshot of where we are present, which is basically all across the region. In fact, there is something which is missing there, because of course in Kamienice, that's where we as Romanians have our base. The Poles are more towards Lviv, they're operating more there. But then we go and we try to reach out to those in needs, also through a pretty capillary relationship with local authorities. This is very much kept at the level of the local governor of the oblast and local mayors of cities. They know better than anybody else what their needs are. Going to the demining process, when I asked the president of the, how do you call it, the oblast, the Consiliul Județean, let's say, in Kamienice, what is the need so that we can organize the next delivery? He said, well, I need someone to come and demine, because there is no point in trying to go on the field and restart some agricultural activity unless we address the issue of demining. Now, this is the scope of requests we get. Of course, some of them we cannot address them, but we can refer them upwards, let's say. These are the 5 areas where we operate. Again, it's entirely directed to the civilian population directly, but most of the time in cooperation with the local authorities in Ukraine. Challenges. The challenges, apart from the logistic and the financial ones that I shared before, is also, how shall I put it, the enthusiasm of our volunteers. And sometimes they are so enthusiastic to reach out and deliver against a task that we've been agreed that they take too many risks. And we had a few cases of humanitarian personnel that we had there who's been injured. Thanks God, no one from Romania, because we have definitely very strict rules about what they can and what they should not be doing. Again, from mental and psychological support, I mean, in Kamienice, for example, there were a lot of even soldiers coming back with post-traumatic stress syndromes. And we've helped them to set up a medical cabinet, whereby the Ukrainians, for language reasons, provide the medical doctors. We provided the infrastructure, so to speak, and others. As far as Romania is concerned, as a large part of the people who refugees in Europe, they went through Romanian borders, and they needed all these things. Now, we were there since, I guess, February 24th. And what impressed me the most in this period is the way Romanian population, institutions, but also population, immediately got engaged. Without the help of really individuals, we wouldn't have been able to deliver those things that we'll see in a minute. We've delivered specifically from Romania. And of course, a great cooperation with the DSU and Raed Arafat and his team. It's something that it's for us absolutely of vital assistance. So as I said, mobilization of all sorts. We have every month we have our teams going there. I don't go there often, and that's only for Romania, but the same applies in Poland, in Hungary, the Italians, the French. I mean, sometimes it's difficult to coordinate ourselves because we meet there on the spot and we ask ourselves, well, if we are here, you better go somewhere else. So there are these sort of logistic challenges that we have to resolve. I'll just give you a few numbers. This is is a drop in the ocean, but to give you a snapshot of what the Romanian organization of the order has been able to deliver in the past 3.5 years. Now, I'm fully aware, Igor, that this is a drop in the ocean, but it's a drop we are very proud of, and we've been there, as I said, since day one, and we'll be there till the last day. Hopefully that the result will be, as I said, a sustainable peace, respectful of your territorial integrity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Ambassador Rim, Korea is one of NATO's most important partners, and Romania and Korea shares a lot of security challenges. I always like to quote you, and defense industry can work as an icebreaker for our bilateral cooperation. Please, I would like to hear your thoughts.
Just before your thoughts, your precious thoughts, Your Excellency, I just want to stress how fortunate Romania and Korea to continue to have you here in Bucharest and to continue the extremely wonderful work you did in these 3 years. And we hope you will never leave Romania. We deeply hope so. Thank you so much. Please, Your Excellency.
Well, thank you so much. Actually, it's my great honor, and thank you also very much for your very kind words, moderators and State Secretary, and the fellow ambassadors, and the distinguished guests. Vă mulțumesc pentru invitația la conferință. Mi face plăcere să mă aflu astăzi aici, alături de dumneavoastră. I would like to share my own the perspective on the evolving dynamics of global security environment, which compels us to deepen defense cooperation, in particular among the Republic of Korea, Romania, and the European Union, and NATO. This year marks the 4th year of the war in Ukraine, and coincidentally, my 4th year serving as the ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Romania as well. I arrived in Bucharest in March 2022, just 3 weeks after Russia launched its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. Over the past 4 years, I have had the experience and opportunity to witness firsthand the profound transformation in the global security environment, particularly here in Romania, which is a very critical security pillar on the Europe's eastern flank. Romania's war of the aggression has shattered long-held assumptions about peace and stability in Europe. As we all know, geopolitics and power politics have returned after 3 decades of dormancy. Above all, it has made clear that the modern warfare extends far beyond conventional battlefields. Today's conflicts encompass vital areas such as critical supply chains, energy security, and cyber warfare as well. Moreover, the growing military and technological collaboration between Russia and North Korea serves as a very stark reminder that the security of Europe and the security of Indo-Pacific are inextricably linked. These are not isolated theaters, but 2 fronts of a shared real challenge. In the face of the ongoing crisis, the Republic of Korea has stood very firmly in support of the rule-based international order, the fundamental values of humanity, and the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity as enshrined in the UN Charter. Korea has very actively participated in the enforcement of economic and financial sanctions against Russia, and has extended so far over $450 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. Simultaneously, Korea has expanded its defenses and security partnership significantly with Romania, European Union, and NATO across a range of strategic domains. Against this backdrop, I would like to share 3 key points. First, the bilateral relations between Korea and Romania. Our bilateral relations with Romania has entered new strategic phase over the course of these 4 years. At the summit of April last year in Seoul, our 2 countries adopted a strengthened joint statement and signed a defense cooperation agreement, reaffirming our shared commitment to deepening the ties in defense industry through local production and technology transfer. As a direct outcome, Hanwha Aerospace, as you may know, the major South Korean defense manufacturer, will build a production facility for the K9 self-propelled howitzer in Dąbrowice area. This facility will not only manufacture the K9 system, but also function as the regional hub for maintenance, repair, and overhaul, and potentially it will generate up to 2,000 very high-quality jobs here. Enhanced defense cooperation between Korea and Romania is expected to generate positive spillover effect across the other wide range of industries, reinforcing both nations as indispensable partners in defense industry and the global supply chain, and contributing to Romania's broader economic development. Second, our relation with European Union. Last year in November, Korea and European Union signed a security and defense partnership agreement, which encompasses 15 areas, including crisis management, maritime security, cyber defense, and industrial cooperation. As a follow-up, both sides have convened multiple strategic consultations, including the Korea-EU Cyber Policy consultations, the Space Security Dialogue, and the non-proliferation consultations, deepening cooperation in the new and the traditional security domains as well. Third, our relations with the NATO. Korea's partnership with NATO continues to evolve and intensify. Our president has participated in 3 consecutive NATO summits, Madrid in 2022, Vilnius in 2023, and Washington in 2024. Korea has maintained a strong defense industrial partnership with NATO member countries. We have procured a wide array of systems from the US, from the UK, from the Germany, France, and others, while also supplying K9 howitzers, K2 battle tanks, FA-50 fighter jets, and air defense system to several NATO allies. Korea has joined NATO's individually tailored partnership program, TTPP, with active engagement in areas such as the cyber defense, standardization, and advanced research and development. Korea is also a participant in NATO's Science and Technology Organization, STO, and recently hosted the Allied Committee's main group meeting in Korea. In particular, nowadays, Korea and NATO have been partnering in a number of areas, including the defense industry and acquisition process. We are working very closely with NATO on matters of codification, interoperability, and the joint R&D in defense technologies. The Korean government has actively engaged with NATO in codification to streamline acquisition and procurement procedures with NATO member countries. Distinguished guests, the future of Euro-Atlantic security will not only be determined by geography, but by our ability to foster technological synergy and the scale of defense industrial capacity. Korea contributes unique capabilities. I mean, we have very robust and resilient industrial supply chain. We have world-leading expertise in semiconductors, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity. And we have very firmness in enduring commitment to our democratic values as well. As Europe moves forward with initiatives like the Readiness 2030 and the SAFE, Korea stands ready to be a steadfast partner in fostering European security, which is inseparably tied to Korean Peninsula and the broader Indo-Pacific region as well. For over 70 years, Korea has prioritized the development of robust defense capabilities, including the strengthening of our own defense industry to deter existential threat posed by North Korea. Over the past 7 decades, we have continuously strengthened our combined defense posture with the United States in an ironclad the alliance. While many European countries were able to enjoy the peace dividend following the end of the Cold War in the 1990s, we have never lowered our guard. Over the past 7 decades, Korea has consistently allocated on average of 2.7% of its GDP to national defense. As of now, Korea ranks as the 10th largest player in the global defense industry. The 4 South Korean companies, Hanwha Aerospace, Hyundai Rotem, Korea Aerospace Industries, and Allied Nexon are listed among the world's top 100 defense firms. With the very substantial large-scale production facility, and Korea's defense industry is capable of manufacturing advanced equipment in a significantly faster and more efficient manner. Importantly, Korea's approach goes beyond simple transactional exchanges. Our model emphasizes the local production, technology transfer, and the nurturing of joint supply chain, which offers a very holistic, mutually beneficial framework for economic cooperation. This is precisely the strategy we pursued during our own development periods in the 1970s and 80s. We are very much committed to sharing our development expertise and experience with our strategic partners, including Romania. In this regard, I firmly believe that Korea is uniquely positioned to become an indispensable partner in strengthening Euro-Atlantic defense by contributing to a shared, resilient, and sustainable supply chain. In closing, I would like to emphasize once again that Romania's growing partnership with Korea not only enhances its own defense capabilities, but also leads to technological and industrial advancement in a broader economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador. So I would also like to embrace the presence, thank you, Ambassador, to embrace the presence of representatives of Germany and Poland embassies in Romania, so thank you again. Our last but not the least speaker, His Excellency Adrian Zuckerman, former US Ambassador to Romania. He is online. Hello, Ambassador. I assume you have listened very carefully to all the presentations. I would like to hear your opinion and please draw your conclusion. Thank you.
I have listened very carefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador.
It's a pleasure to be here with all of you this morning. I'm sorry I could not be there with you in person. Let me start this way. I'm very heartened by what I heard, but I'm also disappointed about what I did not hear. As I've told everybody for the last 3 years, I see many parallels between what is going on in Ukraine now to what a gentleman named Hitler was doing in the late 30s and 40s. Putin is the modern day Hitler. He will not stop until he is stopped. Discussions with him will lead nowhere, as we have seen. His demands change from day to day and become more outrageous. What we need is European resolve, American resolve, to say, no, what you're doing is not correct, and it has to stop, and we will stop it. There is no moral equivalency between Putin and any European democracy or any other democracy in the world, for that matter. So having these discussions, talking about supply chain, talking about details, demining, it's all great. But I've not heard anybody yet say that we're going to stop Putin. Everybody has to say it together, and that's the first big step. Europe is divided, unfortunately, and it's also under attack. We saw that in Romania with the elections and the massive cyber and hybrid attack. We've seen that in Germany with the massive cyber and hybrid attack in their elections. And we're seeing that now leading up to elections in Moldova, Estonia, the Netherlands, whose government recently collapsed. And Europe is frankly not prepared. Up until last year, only 9 countries of the NATO membership paid their 2% dues. It's a huge problem. Europe is not ready militarily, and frankly, a lot of countries are not ready psychologically. Putin is attacking Western democracies, including the United States, and trying to undo their governments, create chaos and social discord. On Sunday and Monday in Moscow, they had something called Moscow Forum 2050. The people that attended there were US or global influencer, a fellow named Alex Jones, Jackson Hinkle, and Elon Musk's father, of all people. I think it's very scary. I think Romania bit the bullet here and had a tremendous electoral result. I again congratulate President Dan for the wonderful job that he has done and is doing. And we have to move forward. Europe and NATO still do not understand that it's being attacked. It is more ready for the traditional military defense, meaning warfare on land and sea and air and space, but it has no plan to adequately defend itself against cyber and hybrid attacks. I've always said that NATO should invoke Article 4 and have a meeting of its membership to have a joint discussion and a joint response to Russian hybrid and cyber attacks. It has not done that, and it's a great, great danger, which is putting all democracies at risk. On that note, I will end, and I urge every democratic country to have courage, and it has to say no to Putin. Putin is the modern day Adolf Hitler, and on a last note, I have to commend President Zelensky, who is a Churchill-like figure today. I admire his courage and determination, and I wish him and the Ukrainian people all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Zuckerman. Thank you very much for waking up so early for us. At 5 o'clock, it's on the Eastern Coast. And also, thank you very much for having this discussion in English, because otherwise everybody knows that you speak Romanian much better than I do. Thank you so much indeed, once again.
Maybe much better than English.
No, sir. Your distinguished guest, we have a coffee break of 10 minutes. We can use it for socializing each other, and then we go to the panel number 2, which will continue. So we'll meet on the floor in 10 minutes now. Let's have a coffee. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you. We're back. We are live on all our platforms, Defense Romania, DCNews TV, many followers, and we'll continue with the second panel of our conference dedicated to the defense industry. Revitalization and industrial cooperation is the keynote of this panel. Let me introduce the distinguished panelists. Mrs. Nicoleta Pauliuc, Senator, Chair of the Committee on Defense of the Romanian Senate, Mrs. Cristina Dragomirescu, President of the Romanian Agency for Technological and Industrial Cooperation. Hello, welcome. Also with us, Mr. Sorin Encuțescu, Coordinator of the National Defense Industry, Mr. Gelu Vasile, President of Padromil, Mr. Cătălin Podaru, CEO Leviathan Design. Hello. Mr. Andrei Scobioală, Chairman of Automecanica Mediaș, and General Gheorghe Savu, Director of Damen Naval Romania. Hello. Thank you for being here. Mrs. Pauliuc, I would like to start with you. You have the floor. Please make a brief introduction of this hot topic. When you speak about the defense and the industry, a brief presentation is a bit difficult. It's not inappropriate. Not inappropriate, but difficult. For the meeting with you, I prepared a message, and I'm also at your disposal for your questions. I will start by congratulating you for this debate, as each time at a higher level debate, I can see people that I've met recently and held talks about foreign policy and what we should do to develop this central of the Romanian industry. The more I talk about the future of the defense industry in Romania, I keep in mind a slogan that I've used and I will always use when in reference to the Romania's goal on this objective: more, better, smarter, faster, and with more benefits for the Romanians. These principles are crucial to the success of the Romanian defense industry, and I will explain why I believe in this slogan. As a politician, I will start with a few words about the very complex backdrop in which we carry out this discussion. At foreign level, Romania as a country has always been on the good side of history in the last 34 years and praised without hesitation the goals of our allies, whether we speak about supporting continuously of the Ukraine or assuming by the European states of more responsibilities on defense within NATO. At domestic level, we have a president and parliamentary majority that support the major decisions made at European level, but let us not forget that we also have a very significant sovereign presence in the parliament, which is very vocal against the support for the Ukraine and the defense expenses. We have an overwhelming budgetary deficit, a gap, which comes with huge responsibilities about spending each penny of the state budget, and not least, we have a defense industry afflicted and a lot of dependent to the suppliers from which we've already bought military technique. All the developments in the global and national politics come with threats and opportunities. We are at a time in which we need clarity, vision, and assuming responsibility for to monetize the opportunities occurred and to turn Romania into a regional hub for military equipment and technologies and a key player in the defense industry of the EU. And I will refer to the previous slogan: more, better, faster, smarter, and with more benefits for the Romanians. As I've discussed with many of you in recent years in detail about the path for the Romanian defense industry, and as chairman of the Committee on Defense from the Senate, I was very vocal on the industrial cooperation that must accompany the contracts for procurement of military technique in Romania, and I stand by this the same. The defense expenses must come with social dividends. The defense industry should not be considered only a strategic sector for security, but also a social and economic motor that can generate tangible benefits for the Romanians. Today we are faced with the political decision on increasing the defense funds at the European Union. There are similar decisions of our main economic partners, like Germany. We have a wide charter of the European defense that sets out concrete measures to increase the productivity and the capacity for defense of the EU. We have a funding mechanism for these safe decisions, and as it is obvious that there is institutional investment appetite. What do we miss to move ahead more, better, to bring benefits to the Romanians? My expectation as a politician from the current governmental coalition is that the government comes up with a clear plan to start us where we start from, where we want to get, and within the span of time and the resources needed. And the good news is that in order to access funds through the SAFE mechanism, the Romanian government should send within 6 months an application form to the European Commission, which should be accompanied by a plan that should contain, as you all know, the description of the activities, expenses, measures for which the Romanian state requires a loan, and the defense products that it intends to purchase. As a general rule, the member states will implement the plans through common purchase that would include at least 2 member states. And here I believe that we will be facing some legislative issues. The decisions of the European Union and the related framework provide important tools to determine the priorities in investments. They can help us to define how we can produce more and better. But we should move faster. There have been far too many issues in which our country missed opportunities due to the lack of assuming responsibilities, lack of coordination, and because of the red tape. Today we can no longer afford to miss the train that will bring to us security and prosperity. Also, we should move smarter. We need partnerships with international companies for transfer of technology and know-how. We should invest more in production and research and development. As a liberal politician, my belief is that the economy is the motor for the growth of a society. Consequently, the development of the Romanian defense industry should be planned so as to bring maximal benefits for the Romanians. As a chairman of the Committee for Defense, I would like to reaffirm to you my availability to improve the law for bolstering the Romanian defense industry. We need laws to simplify the public procurement in the field. I am available for you. We need laws to diminish the periods of time for permits, endorsements, to remove the red tape, and I am available. We need governmental structures that are flexible to make decisions fast in the field, and I'm waiting for your propositions to turn them into a legislative direction. To conclude, a few words about a responsibility that all attendees here have, not only starting from the members of the executive, legislative, industry, professionals, and mass media. We have the responsibility to communicate in order to obtain the support of the Romanians on security and defense expenses support decisions. Unless we get the support of the Romanians for decisions of such strategic importance, we could generate social instability, political instability, and eventually an economic framework that will deter investments in defense that we so much need.
Cu toții de aceeași parte a baricadei și putem reuși doar dacă lucrăm împreună.
on the same side, and we'll manage if we work together and we give our best for a safe, more prosperous Romania. I think we have everything as a country to become a leader in this industry across Europe. But we must act now, not yesterday, not tomorrow, now, together with you, to make a partnership, a fair one, and to admit in front of the Romanians that we failed the exam when we promised in the Romanian parliament and all those involved in the development of the defense industry, we didn't manage to accomplish our goal. The national defense strategy in 2015 and 2020 talked about restarting the defense industry. Unfortunately, 2 mandates were only discussions. We couldn't achieve that. I wish, starting with this new mandate of the new president, to make it more concrete, because indeed we need it. Thank you for your attention. A bit too long, my presentation. I remain available if you have questions. I have answers. Thank you, Senator. We have an open discussion. We have representatives of the defense industry, national, international. If you have questions or comments, please raise your hands. You'll receive a mic. Very importantly, what Senator Pauliuc mentioned, I hope we'll find remedies during this new mandate of the new president. Now, I'll give the floor to Ms. Dragomirescu, speaking about industrial cooperation. I think you have important aspects to mention. Hello.
Representatives, ladies and gentlemen, dear partners, dear colleagues, stimate doamne, stimați domni, dragi colegi, bună ziua.
Dear ladies and gentlemen.
Vă mulțumesc frumos pentru.
Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be part in this event that allow me a very sensitive understanding of the status quo, where we are, actions that we should undertake. I represent the Romanian Agency for Technological Industrial Cooperation for Defense and Security. We were set up at the end of 2023 to implement technological cooperation for the protection of the vital interest and public procurement in security and defense industry. It means that for public procurement contracts in security and defense, we analyze for each of them measures to take to protect the vital interest, meaning activities from transfer technology to subcontracting concrete actions of R&D. To identify these measures compared to the previous activity, 2005 until 2023, will involve more stakeholders to contribute to identify these measures needed. Cooperation is becoming more and more important, and it's vital to identify what defense industry can provide and also how it can grow, what capabilities and expertise we want to bring in so that Romania could be more prepared and more protected, the vital interest to be more ensured. It's vital to know at every moment what's the status quo of the development of the industry, the level of technologies that we can bring in, because we see today what we knew yesterday is not applicable, and what we need tomorrow we don't know today. So it's essential to be connected. Such events like yours bring their contribution to what we must know. For the first time, the end user of the equipment, the military equipment, should tell our institutions what are the sensitive capabilities for which we need local capabilities. Industry will tell us what they can do, what they want to do for each procurement contract, so that I consider that this working group will allow better coordination and better and more clearer benefits and outcome. It's a joint effort, of course. What Arctis knows is not enough. What the Ministry of Defense or the Ministry of Internal Affairs is not enough for the industry. We should sit at the same table, all of us, open to discuss with the industry, which means both public and private. Open to discuss with the consultants, with the experts, with the rich expertise, with foreign companies that have rich experiences in other countries, and they understand very well what are the sensitive areas and what we should have as local capabilities to protect us better. We support the maintenance centers that allow the military equipment to be repaired quicker and re-enter in the battlefield. R&D allow on short-term, medium-term, long-term to be part of what means new technologies, to create expertise centers that could recommend us as reliable partners in European cooperation. And not only, we should be ready to have a rich portfolio, good industry that absorbs military technology, and to become a reliable partner for foreign companies and for their projects across the world. The colleagues in the industry tell us it's important to be on this supply chain, not to rely only on the procurement made by the Ministry of Defense, and they're not very frequent. When we acquire a product, maybe the next procurement will be in 10 years, and we cannot afford to lose the expertise, to lose the staff, and not to have an understanding of the international environment where this equipment can be sold. Our institution can get involved to promote the industry to partners with which we sign the technological industrial cooperation. We can provide capabilities and be very reliable partners in this environment where cooperation is not recommended only but vital. Thank you, and I'm open and available to receive information for you to share with me your experience, and that can render our activity better. Thank you, Mrs. Dragomirescu. We'll go on, definitely, discussions with you during this event. We are the half of the first conference that we organize. I'm already thinking of the second one. We can be a link between the defense industry and legislation. Also, covering the orientation for the Ministry of Defense. There is room for improvement, for sure. We'll go on with Mr. Cătălin Podaru, CEO of Leviathan Group. You work a lot in defense industry on infrastructures. We have many projects. We organized interviews with you in the course of time. I met you during events. Tell us about your experience related to today's topic. There are so many challenges, for sure, that you're facing. Thank you for the invitation. Hello, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I want to emphasize, because you talk about the defense industry, in many cases what you see is the military equipment and technology. They are important for the endowment of the Romanian army and capabilities. We are behind the infrastructure, constructions, facilities for the operations or the maintenance, for these capabilities in which the Romanian state invests. And this is the beginning only, somehow overlooked. We have a rich experience, at least in the last 10 years. We are among the builders in the defense sector. We've managed, together with the Ministry of Defense in general, some very good experience. Most of our projects were completed before the deadline, even if we had these challenges, the pandemic, the supply chain affected by the war, etc., or the lack of human resources or increased prices. We know we can do it, we've managed. However, we know we can do better, and the current need, or the current situation, I mean, reflects it more clearly. What I want to emphasize is, in line with this lady senator said, yes, we can do things better, more, quicker, smarter, and we've seen this possibility in practice. Many projects were completed before the deadline for the same reasons that I mentioned. You know them. We've seen we could have done twice quicker to have this capability, so that the money that the Romania, and not only a NATO project, spent to be quicker implemented. One of the solutions suggested that we noticed, yes, indeed, first time is the process of public procurement can be done quicker, and then the implementation. We call it bureaucratic anxiety. Mrs. Pauliuk said lack of taking responsibility. But one of the solutions that should not wait for legislation changes is communication. It doesn't work sometimes. And if the performance goals, the KPIs of those who are decision takers should be what Mrs. Pauliuk said, quicker, smarter, more, with incentivizing elements on that particular position, well, things could change quicker. We had projects where, unfortunately, the permits, the endorsements, and the utilities lasted so long. And in these cases, not necessarily a law, but we should be helped in front of the decision takers, because we talk about critical infrastructure to provide energy for the military bases, etc.
We've seen this increased need because there are many projects carried out in areas where there wasn't any energy infrastructure or utilities, and we had actually there were cases in which the infrastructure was completed when we're still waiting for the energy utilities to come. So a working group at interministerial level, and even to support decisions of the decision makers and to validate them faster, could lead to a faster implementation. I would like to stress out another aspect that is not obvious from the infrastructure area: the agility. The more we implement more projects and faster and better. In fact, we don't only repurchase that time that is needed, because we need to recover the time wasted, but there is also an economic side. Basically, since 2020, the construction materials have been become more expensive, and so did the workforce. The quicker we implement the projects, and we do a real economy every year, because Fortunately, the Romanian government has succeeded through the Romanian and European laws to cover for the huge cost gaps. So there are financial savings, and all these aspects were included in the strategy are known, and we sometimes feel the need for applied dialogue with the institutions, in which to whom we could transmit suggestions for solutions that would help to reaching the goals quickly. At the bottom, because we've repeated, even within our company, when we gather at a table, everyone should say how we can sort a problem, not just issue opinions about that problem. So this might be a simplest approach, and by the time the legislative framework is aligned with the requirements. Thank you. This is a good approach also for the future Romanian government. Senator, how to solve problems rather than issue opinions? Perhaps the influence of private companies will help the state administration. Whenever I am faced with a challenge, I will immediately answer. I hope, and if I'm honest, my hope that something would change, but sadly, is not related to what is going on in the country, but to the goals that are occur from the need of to spend the 8 billion that Romania intends to attract. In 6 months, Romania should prepare, so there is a bit of a flame for the institutions to prepare the documents. But I repeat, unless we do this, then we'll have a huge problem. So unless you know that the institutions will start their summer holidays, but it's in vain. This meeting is in vain unless we move on. By the end of November, we should prepare the documents for this funding line for the industry. You need projects for 8 billion euros. It's not projects. The projects is that we keep speaking about growing the defense industry, and we all accept that it is a problem, that something should be done. We meet, we discuss, we've had debates also in the parliament. We requested legislative amendments to some laws. Everyone agreed that amendments should be made, but no one said specifically some articles so that we could do better, faster and smarter, and to bring benefits to the defense industry. But unless we sit at a table and discuss and keep in mind that we cannot change the laws by November. We should sit at a table with the professionals. Perhaps we should form a group of experts with the Prime Minister. I really don't know what is urgent, but the chance to restart this industry stops in November, when we have to submit some files. So 8 billion euros could save the entire Romanian defense industry, plus strategic benefits for the security and the eastern flank, everything that the first panel said. And you summarized for those who pay attention. In July and August, the Romanian administration is on the summer holidays. I would like for us to use the opportunity to work a bit and to start the holidays after we get the money, or even next year. Right. Mr. Jacob. Mr. Adrian Jacob. I would propose an article, Law 222, the defense industry, paragraph C. Change of the level of privatization in the defense industry. This is to the point. Law 232. I got it. I don't know how much, if we this is feasible, because we need to have the files ready by November. I know your concern. Please come by our committee. This is related to the Romanian industry. there are two major companies involved. This is a challenge, but we should listen to the other panelists too. Mr. Jacob brought a great service to the Romanian industry through the industrial cooperation with Lockheed Martin. This is a good example, and we as press trust will promote. Perhaps Mrs. Pauliuc is the next defense minister. I believe it is more important for me to be at the Defense Committee to be able to do some changes. Mr. Adrian Jacob is right. It happened the same to Mangalia Navy construction site. I've heard that it is the third largest in Europe, built in the communist era, and which had started to grow and to work, but when the state took over the majority and put it under the sea level. It is an example, but there are many more in this area. I'm really glad that we have representatives of the defense industry and so many successful companies, not only in the panel but also in the room. And I salute the entire audience and our followers. Let's switch to a dialogue with Mr. Scobiwala, one of the representatives or the success models implemented on industrial cooperation, and I mean between Automecanica Mediaș and Autocar. Please tell us the status quo of this project currently and the story behind this joint venture that you formed. First, thank you for the invitation and congratulations for this well-organized event. Briefly about Automecanica, it is one of the most famous companies in the Romanian industry, with a tradition of more than 75 years in manufacturing of special equipment, particularly military solutions. It was established in 1941 in Mediaș as a factory that produced furnitures. It was a center for the support of aeronautical structures. It evolved, and since 2023, new shareholders, Romanian, European, very involved in everything that has already been said, local production, localization, and in this regard, through that program organized by Romtehnica, where Autocar was appointed in November 2024 and signed the contract and was appointed winner in March, a contract worth 42 million lei. Automecanica spotted an opportunity to become the local partner, intended to complete the offset law and to implement and to do the localization in Romania and the know-how transfer, and creating a research and development center and maintenance of the equipment that the national company will buy. Hence, a new company, Sarom, was established. It is for the first time presented in Romania. Romania Defense Equipment. It is a JV 50-50 where we have equal shares with our Turkish partners. Koç Group is most likely the largest investor in Romania / Turkey born, but we didn't call for the National Statistics Institute to learn if it's the largest, but it's renowned in Romania through Ford, Beko, many other investments. Sarom is a 50-50 JV where, with the aim to form a factory in Mediaș to produce armored vehicles, a startup for a larger company. Autocar is a part of the group producing a larger number of vehicles, and of course we aim at the European market, where by working from Romania we would be have greater chances for success. The project is in an advanced stage. It has 2 stages. Stage 1 is to deliver from Turkey the first 278 vehicles, We can say without shame that we're a bit ahead of the schedule, because we intend that beginning of July to start the production of equipment in Romania. Very crucial number, 278 vehicles coming from Turkey, which contain equipment and systems purchased from the Romanian manufacturers, and part of that offset is achieved, and the factory from Mediaș, starting from Q4 of 2025, will produce nearly 1.5 vehicles per day. We will settle on around 35,000 square meters, and so we'll have the largest capacity of a private company in Romania, particularly at this initial stage. And we are very dedicated to this project. We want to do the offset at Litorum, and even more than that. I have by my side Mrs. Vehbi-Sedev, who is in fact the leader and the mastermind of this project long before 2024, and we assume firmly our role to create a national and European player. Just what you pinpointed, this was one of the matters that I wanted to tackle. How can we do that for these successful examples? And this is breaking news, Rom. It is the first time that we've learned the name of this JV. How can we turn this success story to continue after this program is concluded? And you mentioned the industrial cooperation with other states, meaning that Romania could be involved in the manufacture for other states concerning those solutions. Takes a lot of strategy. It would be very difficult in just to summarize into sentences how we help Damen or Sarom or Hanua or other colleagues present in Romania. As for us, we certainly want this program not to be the last in Romania, on the one hand, and secondly, we need legislative aid and all sorts of mechanisms to support the local entrepreneurship. We know very well, and we have seen many state aid schemes and solutions for the private industry. We'll see how applicable they are in the defense industry, because so far the defense industry was a bit of a dark and undesirable industry. And the banking system, which hardly funded the defense industry, but there's a lot to talk about, and I'm sure that in this room there are people more informed about these things. As for us, as the private part of the industry, we will support and stress out every time we see things that we want to see improved. And as Mrs. Pauliuc said, we should work harder and speak less. This is the first thing that we should do.
Thank you so much. And by the way, what the lady chair Pauliuc said, the project for the 8 billion procurement by the end of this year. Would you have such project? Of course, we can be part of those who write those projects to share our experience and expertise. I don't want to advertise our group. We don't have a problem with that. However, the conference is open. Yeah, but I'd rather not make advertising here. But I want to mention some successful stories that the group had in other countries, KSA, other countries, with other joint ventures, 50-50 with local partners. They supported their partners. This is very rare that we've seen lately. And the group insisted to give us the power to be equal partners, and they have such best practices that definitely at least a percentage of those projects that will write are in some know-how that they possess, so they can be shared for sure. It's in our interest to get involved. Thank you so much. I want to go on Mr. Gheorghe-Savu. You have a presentation. Our colleagues will put on the slide. Before you starting general, I want to emphasize beyond your professional career to serve Romania, the exceptional career of General Savu as President of DAMA Romania. I'll start with a question. Don't reply immediately. When you have time, Galați shipyard produces vessels for half of the planet. Daman in general, actually, they manufacture for half of the planet. I mean, military vessels. You haven't received an order from Romania so far, from the Ministry of Defense. Yeah, it means Romania. Please, General. Thank you for the question. I'll try to reply. Daman is indeed one of the biggest companies that build vessels, shipyards, and its evolution in the last years is actually progressing. Look at the projects. Two of the latest, the frigates, were given to Daman by Germany and Belgium and the Netherlands. We'll see the influence of this project on the defense industry. Of course, Romania is the second country for Daman because Daman has the biggest investments in Romania. Of course, we produce in Galați, in Daman shipyard. It's a hub that ensures design, production, and support for any kind of military vessel that the Romania may need. Why we don't sell in Romania? We have discussions, but they're extended too long. I can be open. We are talking about the new program. We have Thales. We have partnership with Thales, and to be honest, the most successful is Daman Thales. The most recent two programs, 12 frigates, are being built by this partnership. A previous speaker mentioned some things. What is state of the art in shipyards is a combination of the best companies and products in Western Europe and Northern America is what we are doing with Thales. We don't sell state-of-the-art vessels. We produce them here for other countries. And now I'll talk about some of the ideas that Lady Senator Pauliuk mentioned. She is maybe one of the biggest promoter of the industry. Romania has the ambition to become a leader in defense industry, and honestly, in the military naval industry, we are a leader. It's obvious. We produce in Romania the most modern and more complex ships for NATO countries. Of course, we are a leader. I'll go on with my presentation. I'll focus on the military ports because our shipyard in Galați, starting with the 1st of July, will become military shipyard. We are undergoing a transition to take it to military standards. We'll manufacture there mainly military shipyards. You will see in my presentation. We plan to produce, to deliver military shipyards after 2030 from Galați. So the role and the importance role and the importance of Damen investment for the shipbuilding industry in Romania. I'll talk about the military naval cluster that we built in Balați. Few words about Damen. It was set up and owned by Damen family, so it's not listed in the stock exchanges. This means a lot of advantages in terms of decision taking because it's more flexible. We have more than 30 shipyards across the world and more than 12,000 employees. The biggest investment is in Galați with 2,000 employees in the shipyards. To emphasize, about 300 engineers, all Romanians, naval architects that work in design or production in Galați. We produce about 160 ships per year, out of which most important for us are the military ones, of course. Starting with 2000, since we have the shipyards in Galați, we've produced more than 300 military ships and 30 in Galați for NATO and EU countries. Now, there's a wide range of activity in Damen. A variety of ships, most important, the three ones to the right, you can see them. Maritime security, force projection, and ships for battles. We're focused on the last ones. Of course, it's a pride. We are the only company in Romania that after 1990 we've been producing military ships in Romania. We're not afraid of the competition. We're expecting other ships to develop their technology and to produce what we are producing there. The shipyard in Galați, as you can see, had a wide range portfolio. They build ferry boats, yachts, but they focus mainly on maritime security and fighting ships. You can see here some iconic ships that have been built. I emphasize once again, the design is also done in Galați. Good idea of the company to have the same location, the design and the production, both. We have a few ships that we've produced for Romania, small, 50-meter long boats for the emergency authority and for the border police. For more than 1 year, we can't see the light at the end of the tunnel. When you solve all the financial problems, all the technical requirements, something happens and the contracting authority wants an A4 paper with a signature that is not valid, although it was valid last year. So instead of being asked to clarify, it can be solved in 1 hour, they annul the tender, and the consequence only for that project, the costs incurred were more than 45%, and someone should be responsible for the increased cost and for the missing of the capabilities. When you are alone in the competition, it's illogical. The contracting authority has a problem with understanding in terms of bureaucracy, so they ask us to come and solve the problem. But instead they are now. For the second country that we have on the list, we produce, meaning Romania. Galați is unique in Romania and Europe because the design institute is there. We have Marine Engineering Galați Institute. they design the most modern and the most complex military ships that Daman produces. Galați shipyard was bought by Daman in 1999. It's in the portfolio of Daman company. It's the most important shipyard that this company has, and their investments are ongoing. We needed 20 years to bring it to the standards of a military shipyard compliant with NATO standards. Starting with July, it will be military shipyard with all the requirements met. We have 2,000 employees and 1,000 subcontractors that rely entirely and totally on Daman investments in Romania. In 25 years, we've managed to build 400 ships for other countries. Very complex, not tugs, okay? Not tug ships. We are the only company producing and designing on the national territory military ships. The value of the military project already delivered exceeds 2 billion. We produced 38 military ships for 13 countries, relevant for the capacity of the shipyard. For instance, last year we produced 2 patrol ships, the light corvettes for Pakistan, and the most complex ship that we ever produced in Romania is a combat support ship built in 4 years. It's very complex and very big. We produced for Romania 4 small ships. We hope we'll produce other small or bigger ships. I emphasized the ability of design, and Mrs. Pauluk will invite you once again officially. We cannot avoid. You should come with the Commission of Defense of the 7th to visit a state-of-the-art important investment that we have in Romania. Now, some major projects. I mentioned the combat support ship. You can see the contract was signed in 2020. We started the production in 2021 during the pandemic, and we managed to deliver this ship. It left Galați last year. The outfitting is in the Netherlands with Daman systems. It's a ship built and designed entirely in Romania that left Galați with its systems, its engine. No needed to be tugged. They were pleased because it's a unique ship and it reached the Netherlands without problem. All the tests on the sea, in the Mediterranean and the Atlantic went very well, which is a good achievement of our shipyard.
It is in the goals of capabilities of the Netherlands for NATO missions and operations, and I believe that it is the last line is very important, that Romania needs strategic autonomy in the naval field, and this is a real contribution because it was a transfer of technology and know-how, as it rarely happens on other projects. The key projects that I mentioned in which we've been involved is the construction of frigates for Germany, multi-role frigates, very complex. They are the frigates of the future and have been designed in Galați but are manufactured in the German construction sites, and which is a good thing because we would not have been able to produce the other ships that we have to produce. It is a huge progress in the naval industry in general. Apparently it will be the most modern and complex and strongest frigate in the world. Now, as for our activity in Galați, it is important that the frigates for Belgium and the Netherlands will be built in Galați. So on the whole, we will have 6 frigates, but there are talks to increase the number of units to be manufactured. So the design and production will be carried out in Galați. The delivery terms are very short. By 2032, we have to deliver the 6 frigates. Here, Mrs. Paul, you have a proposition. It is there is this Belgium, the Netherlands European program, which is aligned with the Readiness 2030. Romania intends to buy 3 frigates, and it seems perfectly to me for Romania to adhere to this program, which entirely meets the requirements of Readiness 2030 program implemented made in Romania, and then you will have a ship and a capability made in Romania, because there's a problem here. According to our calculations, a ship put into operation, and the cost for its lifetime might be from 3 to 5%. If it's a local made ship, it comes with lower maintenance costs. So these endowment programs should consider what happens after the purchase. The plans are very ambitious for what is about to happen in Galați. The Netherlands decided to replace its entire fleet. So with the defense budget rise and the GDP quota, they decided to replace absolutely the entire fleet. And we've already had a direct dialogue with the Dutch naval forces, and the construction and design in Romania of 6 frigates of a new type, 4 other frigates, multi-role support ships that we produce within 1 year, and so that sort of Romania up until after 2034 will produce in Galați continuously military ships. We'll see after that. And I have one more slide, and then I'll stop. We all speak about resilience in the defense industry in Romania. I would like to tell you a few things. First, it should be a strategic national interest, even of security, to bolster whatever you have on your territory, the investments made so far in our country, and to support as much as you can the local production where there are capabilities for this. Certainly, strategic autonomy depends on multiple conditions, which all lead to bolstering the local industry. The local industry does not demand any perk, but at least a fair treatment compared to the others, and at least predictability in everything they do. I don't know if anybody studied Romania, but according to our estimates, a project being implemented in Romania comes back to Romania as 60% of the cost, through the taxes applied, the workforce applied, and if you add the support across the ship's lifetime, the cost will climb to 80 or 9%. So when decisions are made, the national defense industry should have priority. And I have always repeated, since I've worked for the past years of my experience at Daman, if something can be produced in Romania, and this should be mandatory. Yes, according in line with the requirements imposed by the beneficiary. I'm not done. Now, a few ideas for the senator. May I salute the arrival from Odessa and Chișinău of Mr. Minister Cristian Diaconescu, who will stay in the panel 3, but you can approach him for a short while during the coffee break. We'll learn some fearsome things, and we might expand them later. There's a Romanian company producing warfare frigate for 13 states, but didn't get any Romanian order from the Romanian state in the past 25 years. To conclude, I think I've convinced you that we have this military cluster in Galați. and there we can design and produce. But as I said, absolutely any type of surface ship that the Romanian or any other state naval forces want. We haven't started airplane carriers because the Danube doesn't allow to. But this will be possible in Mangalia. For the Portuguese naval forces, we've produced a ship, a UAV carrier. It's unique in the world and in production now in Galați. And I believe that the Romanian defense industry is a richness of this country and may grow if there is political desire and coherence and the plans that the Romanian government or the future government will have. And I reiterate the need to build within the country anything that can be built in the country. And with the current investment, we will have capability. It takes credibility. Major companies don't have time to waste. So you discuss for 2 years. It costs hundreds of thousands of euros to form some offers, and then your state-of-the-art will be already old. People are looking at predictable markets when I have plans by until 2034, and I'm afraid that at some point Romania will want to build ships in Romania, and will no longer have the capability because the entire capability will be busy for other ships. We encounter huge difficulties. We're struggling with the abuse of bureaucracy. And my opinion, and I also have the other picture, because I've been a military for all my life. In Romania, at least in the military, if someone can find a reason not to sign a contract, so they will find it, which is a huge problem. I've already mentioned Readiness 2030. I believe the PEV program and the frigate program are perfectly are in line with these requirements, and Romania can benefit from this benefit. Thank you. That was a bit long. We've got 8 minutes left to the next panel. 2 more speakers, and I'd like to listen to their opinions. We'll start with Mr. Sorin Encuțescu, then Mr. Vasile. Mr. Encuțescu, thank you for the invitation. Congratulations. It is very important that we have as many meetings of the kind. As you can see, the community of professionals approaching the problems of security in general and of the defense industry is quite low. What it matters is that anything that this community creates to reach the conscience of the politicians and to appear to be reflected in the political decisions. Even today, particularly after I listened to the Ukrainian ambassador, I kept wondering if what we've done for the strategy of the defense industry suffice. And I can tell you that I feel every time that we didn't do everything. We didn't put all the elements that were needed, particularly in the context of the developments in technology and of the change of the general framework and dynamic of the combat field. And there's history here that you mentioned, the politicians. The history of military Romanian art proves that in every time in the large conflagrations, Romania entered with a specific doctrine and endowment, and after the conflict it had another conflict, doctrine and endowment. We too have been recently in the situation, and thank you, Mr. Pascu, for being here. Let's salute Minister Ioan Mircea Pașcu. The decision was made for the Romanian army to be included in the anti-terror, counter-terror coalition, and this decision was made in 2 months. So, as an example, when the battalion left to the theater of operations run by Major Ciucă, they were wearing the green equipment, which was Romanian, and also left with green tabs. And after that, they had to be adjusted with the air conditioning and adjusted to the explosives were adjusted. And at the end of this counter-terror operation, our soldiers were wearing a desert uniform and were using emblems. So I keep thinking, if what we create today and the vision for the defense industry is adequate for the war of the future. And I'll bring into discussion that the first strategy of the defense industry drafted in 2013 was based on the core concept of action of the army, the network-centric warfare. And then we thought that the industry had needed the same path. Because the industry had to be digital. And today I can tell you that the changes in the war actions are so quick and natural that even in the strategy preparation process. In May 2022, when we started to create the strategy, we formed 8 work groups based on the diagnostic analysis. But after the foresight analysis of our vision, we realized that the configuration of the war fight was influenced by the unmanned systems, and so we had to create a new strategic direction regarding the unmanned systems. Or aquatic, naval, and aerian systems. So we realized that the concept should be shifted to the drone-centric warfare, and the Romanian army will have to adjust, and likewise the industry to support the same initiative. Here we had the Ukrainian and the Polish ambassadors. You should know that the Ukraine is the first country that introduced into its forces structure 5, and they already have 5 drone battalions and 2 brigades, 2 squads. And the Polish formed an inspectorate dedicated to unmanned systems. We can see that in the army forces there are these changes. And moreover, end of May, the ground British forces inserted a new doctrine titled 20-40-40, a new model, new combat model. What does it mean? 20% of the composition of the ground forces stay on heavy gear, 40% are components of loitering ammunition, suicide drones, and 40% are made of drones that recoverable drones from research and supervision, and including heating capacities drones.
All this generates changes regarding the training, the logistics, and also in terms of the defense industry. Today in Ukraine, they have almost 400 companies that create drones, and their target is to make 2.5 million drones. So you can see the changes in the configuration, hence the need to adjust the defense industry. Our defense industry, a long time ago, also underwent a process, a result of decisions taken regarding disarmament, disengagement, reduction of the armed forces, reduction of the expenses. So, of course, the defense industry didn't receive orders. It can live only on orders. Under these circumstances, the industry reduced its activity. But today, the defense industry it's not Cinderella anymore. It deserves attention. It's a dynamic industry, very diverse, and at the same time open. Why dynamic? Because if we look at the data regarding the turnover of the defense industry companies, especially the public-owned companies, if in 2020 there were only one company with turnover up to 300 million, and 19 companies under 50 million. Today we have public-owned companies with turnover more than 400 million, 3 with 200 million, 2 with 100 million, 6 between 50 and 100 million. These public-owned companies cannot catch the pace of the private companies with bigger turnovers. Private companies in Romania are the core of the development of the defense industry. If we compare the turnover of the private companies, 8 billion, with the public-owned companies, 1 billion, employees 22,000 in the private and 7,000 employees in the public-owned, you can see the importance of the private defense industry. It must be supported because in most cases it started from scratch. It's a merit of the entrepreneurs, those who dedicated themselves and created this industry. It covers the soft aspect, bringing new technologies in the field. The draft laws say that these companies with cayenne code specifics for the defense industry could receive state aid schemes. We have legislation, emergency ordinance today that cover the processing industry but remove the defense cayenne codes from the companies that could benefit. The most complicated situation is how to enforce the corporative ordinance. Over the last 10 years, the changes of the members in the boards and the CEOs, because we have about 1,054 people changed, replaced in 7 years. So you can see the lack of continuity. There are CEOs who were replaced 3 in 1 year in a company. Companies that changed, replaced their boards twice a year. So please, depolitization for public-owned companies. Thank you. The last aspect I want to mention. The Romanian defense industry is under transition. When you say revitalization, well, it refers to something that's being achieved for non-NATO weaponry. Romania is still using non-NATO equipment, and transformation, meaning more than reform, restructuring organization, means revamping from scratch with production lines that are NATO standard. Of course, in the last comment, the strategy needs an enforcement plan to put in practice. It can be done after the new president defines the defense strategy, the military strategy, the white book of the defense, and then the implementation plan should be coherent with these documents, because the strategy actually corresponds to the documents before the new president. So there are prospects. It depends on the political will, how they implement these documents that the experts create. Thank you so much. The last speaker, Mr. Gel Vasile, first deputy of Patrulea. Well, difficult. I'm lucky because President Encotescu anticipated some things I want to talk about. I'm representative of the biggest organization of owners in the defense industry. More than 40 companies, most of them private, with capabilities that you may not be aware of. And that's why my first concern is to make us visible. And I'm now asking Ms. Pauliuc. Ms. Christina asked us several times. We are available and willing to take part in any work group that wants to solve the problem offset versus procurement. I wanted to make some personal remarks because I worked in the field. So from the point of view of the Ministry of Defense, regarding the procurement, I mean, over the last 20 years I work in the industry, and I know very well all the problems related to the offset. I can swear that successful offset has been done so far, except that the resources were shared between the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Economy, and mainly the Ministry of Defense took more offset programs because they were more interested, I mean the contractors, to fill in what they sold to the army with capability of maintenance, labs, research, etc. Now we changed the paradigm. It's imposed by the new law, and we're hoping the Ministry of National Defense won't be jealous if they are not among the offset priorities, and to make some offset programs and offset requirements for the next procurement in the future. And this is the key. If the two ministries don't cooperate and won't have us involved, because you notice there are so many representatives of the defense companies who worked in the army in the past, and they know very well what the army needs, but also what the industry can provide. So I repeat, Patrulea is ready to take part in any discussion on this topic. Thank you so much. A few seconds, Mrs. Senator. We know that the funding of the defense industry is a problem. Efforts are being made across Europe to fund this sector. We talked about the implementation of the national strategy for defense in Romania. I can tell you, as parliamentarian this time, we need, in the near future, a new approach, a strategy harmonized with the goals that Romania undertakes and the European strategy of the defense industry. The priorities that Romania wants to develop in the near future, when we talk about defense capabilities, should be the priority when we talk about the defense interest. Thank you. I'm available. Congratulations. And I want to see more debates with concrete results so that we can tell each of us we met, but we made our contribution each in our sectors. And please promise us that you look at the law, the article about which the president of Lockheed Martin will talk about. If Mr. Yakov comes to the defense committee and justifies the money, of course, gladly. 5 minutes break, coffee break, and we'll start the third panel because we have very important.
This is the last panel of experts, and we'll discuss about the NATO summit due in the Netherlands. We'll discuss about the experts summit, and alongside me for the last minutes of our conference are Mrs. Ioana Constantin Bercean, expert in international affairs, Mr. Cristian Daconescu, Professor Iulian Chifu, former presidential advisor on national security affairs, Ioan Mircea Pașcu. Thank you for your presence. Mr. Diaconescu, you've come straight from Odessa. Yesterday you had a full day with multiple crucial topics on Romania, Republic of Moldova, and the Ukraine. Please tell us about your experience there and the prospects and your vision for the future. Thank you very much for this invitation. It is a special honor for me to attempt to address a number of themes in which I am very encouraged, given the expertise of the other panelists and you, but to the same extent about the fact that I might not have to say many things, and you will understand quickly, hopefully, the dynamic of the current point in time. Prior to the tackling the regional aspects discussed in the 3 Cs and also the Southeast Europe meeting organized by the Ukraine in Odessa, let me tell you that right now there is intense preparation going on the mandate of negotiation and dialogue regarding the meeting in The Hague of the North Atlantic Alliance. And on the political and diplomatic market, there are 2 versions about the ratio of military expense from the GDP. The language is 3.5 plus 1.5 with a 0 to growth per year, or at least 5%. Obviously, you understand the differences and the nuances, but from this type of paradigm, I doubt we will exit. And the final document wording of only a few sentences to go to at least 5%. This is a signal for the decision makers in the politics and from the military, and the public-private partnerships and the industrial military side. Secondly, and Mr. Pașcu surely remembers, at some point in time, and I reiterate, apologize for those who are aware, but it happened, and it was not at all insignificant from many perspectives. In around 2008, it was a smart defense. You would bring in the political and diplomatic zone a project relating to a regional army, depending on the capabilities of each state and its determination. Let's say in a region subject to the same level of risks and threats from the eastern proximity as we've been accustomed, sadly. Some country had a strong military fleet, another stronger air force, others armored vehicles, and by placing and all together they would form a competitive army. At diplomatic level, we agreed immediately. We came back home, but our political diplomatic decision did not coincide with the orientation of the military industry in those states, and the project failed. And I do this comment because currently, and the same topic was discussed in Odessa, there is a difference in approach, which is finally not does not concern lack of information, but a type of political opportunism when you defend your own interests to be as rational as possible on what is going on the eastern flank, and the perception of the threat in at Euro-Atlantic level. I would ensure you of one item, that there is consensus, meaning the deepening of the transatlantic relationship. And clearly, without the USA, the discussion becomes complicated. To be brief. Secondly, yes, the political decision, one, to rearm, and secondly, to cooperate at cross borders and regional on certain military projects that exceed the capabilities of one state on the in that could be used in complicated situations. And thirdly, the Ukraine currently attempts to integrate, to be an integrator from many perspectives. The trilateral dialogue was very interesting, much deeper than we've known in other periods of time. Their resilience goes on. They received also from the states, from the South Europe states invited, meaning also Serbia, Slovenia, and other states that were not very vocal in the coalition, and received they affirmed support from the highest level about a peace prospect, but also the trust that the entire situation will be sorted without breaching the international rule of law, as we all know. Certainly, there are many core items, and in my view, and I will conclude, in my view, at this point, there is a coalition of will that operates from the New Zealand to Iceland, together with European and transatlantic institutions, on a type of attitude as definite as possible. More reflection and will be done at The Hague, and from this perspective, the national effort, the capacity for European and transatlantic interaction, and thinking so that from the rearm projects to benefit to the economic contracts with the non-EU, non-Europe states is ongoing, and such a project, meaning the security agreements concluded between certain states with Ukraine. It is a very complex situation, and with all due respect, those of you representing the military industry, your expectations are absolutely clear. Indeed, an integrated vision can only be a strategic vision. One cannot speak about on an interest established with some ministry or another to have indeed a specific type of posture or stance of defense and deterrence. No one neglects these two words from out of the three decisions of the North Atlantic Alliance. Thank you very much. I remain at your disposal. Thank you.
Professor Kif, the NATO summit is coming. What do you think should be the goals for Romania? How do you think the summit will take place? Because it's the first year of a war, the Russian aggression in Ukraine. This European Center for Maritime Security, we want to create it in this context of the war launched by the Russian Federation. Thank you for the invitation. The level of the ambition has been emphasized by Știri Diaspora, and I'll try to continue on the same line and to be brief. 3.5 plus 1.5, the great debate. What does it mean, all these military expenses? There are a lot of proposals related to that. If the final statement mentioned has only 2-3 sentences, in the previous summits we know there are elements agreed upon. If this formula is only a commitment, national commitment, so with this between the brackets, if we have at least 5% for defense and weaponry, including 0.2% minimal increase per year, is not enough. It's not 5% altogether. Another discussion was the deadline, 2032, said Mark Rutte. Other countries in the eastern flank, 2030, 5 years. But we have these warnings that Russia will test Article 5 NATO. An important topic, of course it's important what we see in the final statement, but it's also important what's missing. And what fundamentally is missing is the Article 5. As you know, the election campaigns, the current president in the US discussed about it, make it more relative, but unlike the first mandate, we didn't see reaffirmation of the support for Article 5. Not even Hexet, when he was asked to commit themselves, he didn't take the responsibility, he avoided the reply. Also, he avoided the reply, if they don't agree, the US will leave NATO. This is still an open question. And the only statement is from the ambassador of the US to NATO, says Article 5 stays valid, but let's look carefully Article 3, national involvement and commitment for defense, that should exceed the needs of every country so that we could have the joint defense. Here we'll have a question mark with double interpretation. Not mentioning may be a misinterpretation regarding the Russian Federation or affirmation of non-respect of Article 5. Well, it's assumed that the strategic weight is still kept to deter Russia. Of course, the question marks still remain here regarding the debate further on about the alliance. The huge problem that we have in the near future, the military posture of the United States that will be reviewed in the second half of the year. And it's going to get to another important topic, how to transfer responsibility in security and defense from the US to Europe, European countries, and of course, who takes the responsibility of the security in Europe, with or without, depending on how percentage of America will stay. If we talk about European pillar of NATO, if we talk about the EU as a matrix, plus the rest of the partners, this coalition of will become the new matrix to take the responsibility of security and defense in Europe. We've seen signals from America. I can say, because I don't hold a public position, Christie has a public position. But the elements that we see today, I can say it's entire reform and entire withdrawal by the end of the year, with 2 amendments. The strategic components, Deveselu, Poland, the radar, intel check, etc. So the strategic elements, subject of further negotiation between Russia and America, that are taking place in Moscow, not in Istanbul anymore, and infrastructure elements of national interest for the US. MK, meaning Kogalnichano bases, could remain. There are signals, investments. The new administration could be more coherent here. The NATO summit is one topic that can put us in the position to review entirely how we look at security in our region, and in Europe. Another topic, because also the NATO summit will discuss about the worst situation possible, how we divide the responsibilities. If we talk about Europe should deal with Russia and its neighboring countries, so even if it's a large-scale war or long-term with Russia, and the US deals specifically with the Indo-Pacific and the threats coming from there, this kind of division of responsibility introduces a major tension in the transatlantic relation. The debate about a global NATO that has been since the Albright Commission in the Strategic Concept 2009 and resumed behind the closed door last year before the Washington summit with the Democratic administration. They said if changes, it wouldn't be bad if the European will do that and that, but it didn't reach the military or the political dimensions. What's missing is NATO commitment to go and help the American allies in terms of capabilities they can provide and joint interest for the joint defense. It can be represent a quid pro quo formula, but at the same time rebuilding or form of strengthening of the transatlantic relation. And I'll stop here.
Privind evoluțiile și ale securității.
Regarding the trends of security in our area, in Europe, and from the point of view of NATO and how NATO will operate after the Hague moments, well, this is a huge discussion. Maybe we'll have questions, but things go much further than we thought. And the scenarios we created in the past as unlikely or black swan or unlikely, but they were planned. They are highly probable and likely today. Thank you for your attention. Dear Minister, as a journalist, could you tell us, I'm asking, could you tell us the administration of the US will withdraw capabilities from the Romanian territory? No. I said it's a change of the position. But most of the forces are relocated, less the strategic areas for the US and areas that are infrastructures to project for. So for the media, what does it mean relocation? Send back home from Europe? Send to spaces of interest, so elsewhere, not Europe. Yes, elsewhere, not in Europe. Good signal, stronger for the Romanian politicians. I'm Vasile Gelu from Patrulea. If relocation, withdrawal, whatever you may call it, of the Americans from Europe is like Damocles' sword above our head, we the EU, do you think it would be good and for Romania's interest? Turkey should be invited sooner in the EU, especially because the ambassador invoked here, they are still candidates to the EU. Who wants to reply? Good, it's a link. We shouldn't make this link. The Americans don't withdraw from Europe. Second, to be more, because I don't want to go into details of the nuclear. The shield, the American umbrella stays. Of course, there are complementary elements needed because they change the position. So we must need elements in other countries. For China, will balance earlier than 2030 with the nuclear warheads. They are modern, they are state of the art, etc. So France and the UK components should be complemented and reinforced with funding. For the first time, you heard Germany is funding the future program. 2 more strategic components, missiles for strategic distance, etc. Of course, in Europe, Shield, we have proposals from Germany, so they are not leaving Europe. They remain with nuclear, but we need complementary elements. Some of the forces, most of the troops, will be relocated where they have strategic interest or infrastructure interest. It's not a piece of news, but you can see it in all the statements made by the Americans. It's very explicit or implicit. Maybe we complained all the time about geography. We are on the frontier of the great empires. Geography will help us this time. The Americans projected Cogolnicianu to the Mediterranean. The Versailles Shield is very important. Sorry, I skipped something. The host country may also pay, and it's Poland's Camtram. It's Poland's case. Third possibility, the American forces may stay in this case. Minister Mircea Pașcu, we want to listen to you on this topic. You heard carefully what has been discussed in this panel. Yes, we are not polite. We leave the lady at the end. Yeah, that's the principle, save the best. 2002, 2004, Mr. Minister, with Cristian Diaconescu, Romania was invited to join NATO, so we didn't think we'll reach the point with these discussions today. Indeed, that's exactly how I conceived my message for today. I think we have a reflex, and we're still continuing some aspects. We are a NATO member, we are an EU member, we have strategic partnership with the EU, with the US. Russia and the US are enemies, transatlantic relations are good. This is the philosophy we are working with, unfortunately, still. And there's so many major changes from when we took the decision to join NATO and the EU in the 90s. These organizations opened themselves and we tried to join them. It was precisely to make sure that they won't end up ever under the influence of the Soviet Union, Russia later on. And you see, my question now is, if we are in NATO and the EU protects us from Russia's influence, because what happened during our elections allow me, and the signal came in Munich. J.D. Vance's discourse, who sent the message, Romania, you have there some major problems, blah, blah, some advertising from Russia, nothing else. And we saw what came later.
But let me tell you the following thing, and the signal was, and I read through that the American president immediately after the elections appointed an ambassador and made it public in X, which shows that the American flag is up again. So in other words, across this period, the American flag was down, and these Eastern boys did what they did. You can see that at some point now they come and tell us we tried to have to help the Romanians, but it didn't work. So our problem is if the belongingness to the NATO and the EU is guaranteed that we will no longer be subject to the influence of Russia, because Russia from the very beginning wanted to hold Bulgaria and Romania outside the euro-atlantic bodies, and the others received their okay to be to adhere, because we are key countries to the Black Sea and so on. So from this perspective, you can see with management in favor of Moscow, our capacity as NATO and EU members would have meant very little, as in the case of Hungary and Slovakia right now. So here we are facing a problem, and I believe we should give it more reflection. I doubt the USA will leave NATO, because NATO is the main tool with whom they interact with the European countries which are members of the EU. The opponent for the United States and Russia is now the EU. Not nobody else. And from this perspective, NATO is the best tool that the USA have to be able to maximize their positions towards the European countries. You can see that the threat is on to NATO. The EU can also publish tariffs, but for the withdrawal of the USA from Europe, these things can no longer be done. So from this perspective, you can see that we should start thinking a bit beyond this theology that we've been accustomed to working for 35 years, that which happened. And I'm one of those who contributed to the formation of this theology. So as such, I got to wonder and ask myself these questions today. You can see the current direction of the international system, because this is a very is a crucial matter. We tend to see the technical aspects, like the cooperation in the defense industry, or the diplomatic initiatives underway after some summit or ahead of a summit, and so on. But if, in fact, the international system is under a profound shift. The USA inserted in 2017 in their national security strategy the term of competition of the great powers. With the new USA administration, everyone expected this competition to continue, but it stopped. So now the USA overturned the table with Russia and with China. They are about to strike a deal, and the current perspective is now a model that existed back in history in 1848, the concert of nations, in which each great power had its own of interest and took care of that area. And so you can see that debates are no longer at the trade organization for the tariffs, but are directly between China and the USA. The European discussion, security discussions are directly with Russia, not at other institutions, which means that the institution and rule-based system operates even less than it did in recent years, and that we are heading to this concert of the great powers. And the notion of a concert of great powers includes functionally the matter of the sphere of influence. And so our question, if the belongingness to NATO and EU covers us to stay within the Occidental sphere or not. On the contrary, and Romania was, I visited Poland, and I will visit again, and there was a discussion there, and said that you're fine, both your candidates are Occidental, but in Romania we had two opposing currents, Western and Eastern, and there's more. No major arrangement after a war will last more than 2 generations, and they elapsed. So currently we have a new generation which is unaware of what happened back then, doesn't want to learn, they form their own conceptions, and here's how well this sovereignist trend attracted the people. There was film that buried by Vadim Tudor, but it had been created by Ceausescu and was directed against the Soviet Union. And the Soviets said, let's activate it and turn it against the Occident. And they did this, and look at our sovereign fans, and you can see this recent press piece in the New York Times with an author who described all the steps that have happened across the past few months, and you will see that key factors in Romania contributed and expected this to happen. People that one would not have expected to. So, in my view, we should think further to see that things started to move, but we should stand also by NATO and the EU. But with the EU, there's one more matter. I wonder, can we use another term than strategic autonomy, but strategic autarky? What do you say? Strategic autarky. And there's another thing. If in Europe we allocate a lot of money, all this money should aid the defense of Europe, not in reaching the great armament manufacturers in Western Europe. Let's be real. Even less than you, I should not account for my words, but I wonder. It's something, it's a lot of money, but you can see that this idea of a strategic autonomy, just compare the European defense market, and we have relations with South Korea as the poles. Let's see how we could integrate these countries into the European effort, because eventually their contribution is also with to defend Europe. And here we should find the proper formulas. So our country should and our internet. We should keep our international obligations, and to pay huge attention to the EU effort, and to be more present there, because we've always had some reserves, and we kept saying NATO, not EU, and we should think more. And we need a domestic unity, which we don't have. How much did the Ministry of National Defense that we served with others, how did they counter the war-related propaganda, whether to take people? The Italian youths said that they don't want to come to Romania and avoid the military in their country. But we keep saying it's not real. No, but these state institutions are either they are institutions and take responsibility, or if we go by halves, we should not wonder tomorrow that the sovereign wave stays strong. Best of luck. Yes, go ahead. A short question. I read the other day in the press international statements that we, in the next 5 years, we should expect much clearer action from Russia against Europe in certain areas. What is your opinion? Do you believe that a potential change in a regime in the USA in 3.5 years could trigger temporary action? Please define action, clearer action. Thank you. I will stick to the substance of the question. Certainly not in place of Mr. Pașcu, because he was my professor, and he might grade me even today. I didn't read everything. The assessment is as follows. The Ukraine has the strongest army in Europe at this point in time in the warfare. Testing of Article 5 will come before the Ukrainian deal is closed, because it only means the seaside or the shift of the change of power in Kiev. So the NATO will be tested ahead. We don't need to wait no, the NATO will be tested ahead. Mrs. Ioana Constantin Bercean, how can... Yes, please. I believe it will be very soon, and one that is not related to the other. The Russians will test the commitment, first of all, of the USA in meeting the requirements of Article 5, and we are walking on eggshells. We don't know the answer of the USA. If we go Article 5 does not avoid you from subversions, but from aggressions. You can see that the Russians have been subversive towards all the NATO countries. We cannot say that what happened in our elections means something like this, but they might test this matter earlier, and they might do this. You've seen someone said nothing will end in the Ukraine before we recover the Baltic states, before NATO withdraws from the Baltic states. And another question. Everyone starts from the idea that Putin is eternal.
Porta cum a stabilit Putin. Băi, fraților, băi, uitați-vă și la alții, la Biden de pildă și la nu știu mai cine, că doamne, lumea îmbătrânește. Eu mă uit la
I'm looking at my back, and you know, Putin will not be alive forever. So nobody. After Putin, maybe we'll see someone worse. Yes, true. In my opinion, yes. Like after Stalin, a troika. Miss Constantin Bercean, how can Europe develop this transatlantic relation that we've heard about in this panel? I'm looking forward to your opinion. First of all, congrats for this event, and I wish you could organize as many as possible. For me, it's simpler. I come from the outside. I've lost my right to be surprised when I talk about the Romanian foreign policy. When after I passed all the exams to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I speak 7 languages, and still I gave up. I consider myself unfit for what's going on in the Romanian Minister of Foreign Affairs. The main topic in seminars, workshops, in academia, etc., is about Donald Trump. Donald Trump turns everything upside down, the table, everything. So between the brackets, I don't think that Russia will test in the near future physically Article 5 for various reasons, and I can argue for that, but we don't have time now. I mean, this new paradigm where we are now, reaffirmation of Europe readiness, rearm, independence, autonomy, authority, in terms of strategy. It's not new. We look at Donald Trump as if an enemy, but if you look in the past, many things that he's doing now, Ronald Reagan did, George Bush, Barack Obama, maybe it's counterfactual, counter-argumentative, what I'm saying. And it's the advantage of having an experience of 12 years in the US. So I have another perspective. I'm not the Minister for Foreign Affairs or after a working visit. Trump won because the Americans wanted. It's a consequence of older causes. The life has been changing and the world has been changing since the years 2000. If you look at the 20th century, we had three paradigms. What's going on now in the 21st century is normal. 5% for NATO. In the Wales, Barack Obama said in the past, remember 2%. There are countries like Spain and Canada that they don't have 2% for defense. In Cardiff, in 2014, Barack Obama mentioned several things, smart defense and blah blah. Most of them remained on the paper. But Donald Trump is the kind of president that America needed, but nobody wants to admit it because America was in decline. Nobody wants to accept it. Before Donald Trump, he couldn't have said it was politically incorrect to say invasion in Iraq. Now it's correct. Look at nuances. This discourse is becoming institutionalized. It's anti-American, anti-Trump. And it's a huge mistake because currently, when facing the Russian threats, the only protection, nuclear umbrella is American. I wrote about the French umbrella, what they can do, UK, etc. But let's be clear, so that to have France and the UK to deter Russia, this is impossible. This is reality. Because I've been studying this. I'm maybe the only researcher in my generation who learned with people from the Cold War in Middlebury and in Vietnam, not for reasons that, I don't know, you're familiar with. They host the Anti-Proliferation Center in Vienna. The French Constitution, according to the Constitution, France cannot deter the Russian Federation because they don't have such capabilities. It's strictly for defense. And if, hypothetically speaking, what scenario Russia tests the Article 5, the nuclear taboo, because we're commemorating Hiroshima and Nagasaki these days, France will have to choose to protect Paris or Helsinki, Mr. Diaconet, who knows. And Kennedy mentioned that years ago. In the UK, all the nuclear structures and capabilities depend on the US. I totally agree. Exactly. France, and why I focus on this relation with the US. It's most important strategic partnership, not only for Romania, but for Europe. What means European army? I don't know, a separate entity from NATO. Even those who proposed it, they don't have a clear idea. But to have France or the UK deter and protect Romania or the Eastern flank or Europe against a nuclear threat, it means to modify constitution, okay, referendum, and to review the Treaty of Nuclear Non-Proliferation. We've been working on this since the 80s. I know Tadi Grau, they review the MVD. We're discussing now here, and it's interesting. It's a pleasure to listen to all your insights. An American delegation led by Steve Royko meets the Iranians in Oman. It's a problem for us, European, not only Romanians. I wrote here some thoughts. I cannot afford to give advice. I cannot pose in something else. So we must have strategic view and appropriateness. It's the term that I've been using over the last 7 years. America will not go back to the pre-Trump era. I can write this and put it on the wall. As Huntington said, events are going on and there are no academic resources, only opinions. In 5 years, irrespective of the winner of the elections, America will now go back to the pre-Trump or Biden era. Tudor knows, usually I have books on you. I suggest David Samber, New Cold Wars. You can find it in Romania, it's not translated. Biden administration or whatever, whoever may have led, we know the scandals, we cannot talk about it because it's not nice. But read that book. Biden administration had a vision that was similar to Trump. The withdrawal, yes. Donald Trump's priorities, unfortunately, and that's why we don't like it. I remember if you want accommodation with China, I contradict Graham Allison. There will be no physical war with China. They have just signed, anyway, they had an agreement yesterday, a reset with the Russian Federation, which is something new. All the American presidents, after the Cold War, wanted a reset. Appeasement with the Russian Federation, even after the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014. Don't be naive. It's not now that the world is upside down. We must be appropriate, but we don't grow our people who are appropriate to our times. American and Iranian delegations meet in Oman. They have problems with the nuclear program. 3 weeks after I wrote my PhD on those negotiations, I heard it 20 times. But the priority for the American administration, like for Obama, for Biden, was China and then Middle East, because if you look, Riyadh on the map means a lot. Riyadh, KSA, the Gulf countries will be for America. America want to withdraw. I keep on hearing this. No, you have an entire fleet in the Indo-Pacific. If you talk to people in China, India, Pakistan, wherever, the center of the world moves, no longer in Brussels. I'm sorry, I want to insult feelings, but it's transferred to the Middle East and will stay there for a while. J.D. Vance or Rubio, I don't know, Gavin or whoever, unlikely. Who will be the next American president? The paradigm will be the same. Donald Trump took out hot potatoes for the Americans. He is an angel in disguise because Europeans didn't have the courage to say a Biden who was calm or diplomatic. Barack Obama, he was my model in discourse. They couldn't say, we part from you. You can say this to Trump because he's naughty, he tests Article 5 and blah, blah. It's not in the press. Do you remember a few months ago on all the TV channels in Romania, we saw he gave the orders saucer because America is not about the president, it's about institutions. America is about institutions. Keep this in mind. Our partnership is not with Donald Trump, it's with institutions and with the American administration. This is what I want to emphasize. I've heard many lately. For me, the main question, Quo vadis Romania in the relationship with the US? Mr. Diaconescu said it at the end of the discussions in Europe. We take the envelope, we open, we read, but no results. Starman, everyone said, those who went to Washington. Unfortunately, Ukraine is not a priority anymore for the US. It's a problem for Europe. Let's find solutions. Like the little stone in a shoe, but Romania has resources to make itself not necessarily indispensable because they're a small power, regional one, but we have enough resources and capabilities to make ourselves useful. I worked for 4 years in Djibouti, and one of the questions I was asked by people with high-ranked people in the US Air Force who had been to Romania, trained here with our pilots for F-16 training hours, etc. And they pronounced, why don't you ask anything? And honestly, I don't know what to ask. I worked through an international organization, and I was asked several times, and I replied, I said, okay, I replied, I am sure that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs asked, the Ministry of Defense asked. Now, a question related to Turkey. Turkey is essentially the new configuration because it has the key to enter the Black Sea, and the Black Sea can have a strategy for the EU. We have a proposal in the American Congress. We did a lot of lobbying, we invested. What's going on? Because there are no results. What's Romania's strategy to the Black Sea? Of the EU, can see it. We've been here for thousands of years. That's it. Everybody knows me. I am not offensive, on the contrary, but as a researcher and as an outsider, I can afford some criticism. I have good intentions. I could have been now in a country protected against nuclear, military, whatever, but we've been here for thousands of years. Something attracts us home. Congrats once again for the event.
I don't want to put in the following matter in the current equation, but I have an issue, and I would like to give a historical example. When Germany and Russia agreed and concluded the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, parts of Romania were removed, and Romania became important for both sides only when the two started to argue. Why? It was obvious that for Russia and Germany, the importance of Romania was related to their mutual importance. We can see the same today. When the USA become friends with Russia, what is then the importance of Romania? It is residual because they will not waive certain investments here, but how much, what is our leverage in competing with the friendship between the USA and Russia? That's the question. If the Russian says, I want Romania, let me tell you that as things stand, we cannot speak about Russian-American friendship. It's far too much. It's far-reaching. I could agree on an appeasement. Reset. And I believe that Donald Trump collusion is different. We should think that I'm sorry that the foreign minister left, and I'm sure that he's in some nuclear committee. He was. In 2026, in February, what do I think that Trump attempts certain matters and might not be as aggressive, assertive as we want? First of all, he needed the Russian Federation in the Middle East and needs them, and I will stop. 2026, February, the New START expires. Without the New START, I agree. So it's worth sacrificing for such high purposes. Now, I believe that it's up to us if we want to be sacrificable or we want to matter. I don't know. I doubt it's up to us. Thank you. This is the end of a long and very highly fruitful conference. Thank you to all attendees. And this third panel should seriously think both the Foreign Affairs Ministry and the Presidency and the Defense Ministry. All that you discussed here was broadcasted live on 3 platforms. You've always been streamed live. Everyone could see you permanently, and it wouldn't be a first. And I repeat, special thanks to the panelists and the attendees. They were exceptional. Also, the ambassadors panel were also extraordinary, and the defense industry really terrified me. And our press trust will push on this direction. Perhaps one of the solutions for which Romania should not be sacrificed is to become more prosperous and to stronger in economy. We should be both more active in diplomacy. Either way, I would like that to conclude all these debates to be continued over a networking lunch. Thank you again. Have a great rest of the day.